refresh that. Oh, that took way too long. There we go. Whee! Beautiful. Beautiful. Hello, hello, hello! Hello! I am incredibly excited to start this. This game is amazing. I'm incredibly excited to start this, not only to play the next Edgeworth game, but to then get one step closer to the, Apollo Justice stuff? I know Apollo Justice is gonna be different, but I think it's gonna be so fun to get back in the courtroom, because it's really cool being outside of it. Here he comes, the presidential plane descends from the western skies, bringing a message of peace! It's making a final approach and lands right on not Gord Lake! Why are things landing on Gord Lake? Already off to a crazy start. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhang Fa! Welcome, Mr. President! Again, wild start. And now, sir, your audience awaits. Is he dead? Is the president dead? No. Oh, president's ripped. Honored friends and allies, I'm here to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dog my beloved nation are no- Hey, a direct sequel! We'd love to see it! Thanks to the prosecutor's office of our- Oh shoot, it's too quick. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, direct sequel. The battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We'll crush the wicked within the right with the righteous hammer. He looks like a leader. Looks like a lion. Ah! Like the mayor from Beastars. Exactly that. Call the prosecutors! Get on that with him right away! Why is that your first thought? If anyone can solve this, he can. Ah! No! My coat! Oh, it looks so good! There's a character in this game who's a female judge, and she's what you would define as a baddie. A baddie judge? Oh gosh, that's exciting. I really cannot wait for a baddie judge. March 25, Gord Lake spectator area. Let's see. Let's see, the news must have been half around the world already. Sorry, I wanted to fix something. Oh, wait, I shouldn't. I'm just getting all messed up here. Alright, that's better. Okay. Gotta mess with all my stuff here. But seeing the coat, him putting on the coat, oh my god, and Gumshoe's already here, we'd love to see it. After all, it's not every day the attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. And that'd be an international incident because he wasn't in his own nation even. Probably the only time in these Harry Studios that has a female judge. And it's in a Miles Edgeworth game, interesting. Not even for Apollo Justice? Okay. Which would technically consider a more modern iteration. My name is Miles Edgeworth and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. He's so serious. Mr. Edgeworth! And you know what's sad? Isn't this like the last time we really see Gumshoe? Like, this is it. This is our Gumshoe farewell, theoretically. Thank goodness you're here. So I don't know if he's in Apollo Justice. This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's one usually assigned to my cases. Let's see, how is the president detective? We still don't know Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. I hope he's alright. And I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir. Hey, I said hey! Yeah, you! Ruffles! Ruffles! Oh no, is that Lotta Hart? No, it's someone new. Huh? Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Want to give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe with me. He also gave a new minigame, and I quite like it. Makes cross-examining a little bit more fun. A new minigame! Oh! Come on, come now, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me! Kind of like how in the 5th case of 1, so I have to like make sure I catalog all these cases. I feel like Edgeworth. I have like a whole catalog of cases in my brain that I have to sift through. Like the 5th case in game 1 where you have like the finger dusting and all the other stuff and you like turn things around. It was actually crazy addition after the first 4 cases. It's chess themed, but no chess playing involved. I love how some of these Japanese games do their mini games. It's the same way with Danganronpa, and you're in the case, and you have the bullets, and you have all the words flying, and then you have that one car section. Saying that all out of context, it makes no sense, but if you've actually played the game, it's like, oh yeah, no, all that makes perfect sense. I totally understand what you're talking about. Same thing here. Yeah, of course there's no chess involved in a chess-themed minigame, obviously. Let's see, not detective. I'll need the facts of the case, as much detail as you can give me. Let's see what we got. Okay, Mr. Lion Man, of course. Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake. Why Gourd Lake? Isn't there like an embassy, an auditorium, anywhere this could have happened? Gourd Lake. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president. Why was he allowed? Why was he? I know he's like a president from another nation, but they have to follow rules. Why was he legally allowed to just land on a lake? Probably a public body of water, but not public to like planes. A bunch of people are gathered for the president of Zhangfa. Di-Wan Wang. Dijon? Who? Di-Jun Wang? Yes, I read about his visits. It's been all over the news for days now. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily it let up and we went on stage as planned. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off and everyone runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently? Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were someone on short notice as well? Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. So wait, how long is the time between this game and the first game? I would assume at least a couple months if they were able to handle a lot of the foreign paper, counterfeit documents in Zhangfa to like at least get rid of that issue. Like 6 months maybe? Before this ported to PC with an official English translation, you had to use a fan-made English translation on the DS emulator. It was good and they got actual voice actors and made up the pun names. Hey, you know, if Capcom doesn't want to give it to the people will take it for themselves. I don't know what these game companies haven't learned by now. Every time they try to push back or like they like don't do something that people are actively asking like, hey, we will pay money, reasonable money for this thing. I'm like, oh, well, you know, it's just too hard. It wouldn't be cost effective, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, we'll just do it ourselves then. If you're gonna be lazy, I mean, people are just gonna do it no matter what. Unfortunately, I actually prefer the fan-made names over the official ones. Yeah, the president's name, that's the one we've really seen. It's just kind of weak. And I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Di-Jun Wang. He looks like a lion. Is that like a lion reference I'm not understanding? And the boss himself called you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edwards? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here at the- wait, Chief Prosecutor? Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get Mr. Edwards right away! He's the only man for the job!" Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good. Good thing for a prologue, too. Let's just get you back into the game. It's gotta be Purple Hat. It's gotta be purple. Literally the only person wearing such a distinct hat. We got like 2 other hats and their baseball caps. It's purple, or 3 other caps. And then 1 other bucket cap that I can see, maybe 2, but they're not distinct. Purple cap. We gotta go look at Purple Cap. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd before they strike again. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the scene for clues, no matter how significant they may seem. Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. And deduction! We gotta use logic! Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. President's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys are there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. I always hate tutorials when I played the game recently. Like, oh, let me play the sequels back to back. And you just have to go through the same tutorial over and over and over again. It's like, no, dude. No, I got it. Please. Unless you were introducing something so completely new outside of everything else you've done before, I've got it. Please, I've got it. Thank you. Sir, I want to investigate! And I'm gonna press A. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Can you tell me about how the security detail was arranged during the speech? 2 of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in the crowd, and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. I can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all gonna go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Can I share a little about what happens to that information once you've got a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. This has gotta be Heart's, gotta be Lotta Hart's younger brother or something. There's no way. 1, the southern accent. 2, everything else? Let's see. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir? Detective? Aw, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say, and what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edward's forte. He's a logic master. I guess it's better than being a bait master. I can view the information I have with L and then connect them with X. I should try it now. Just a quick press of L and we'll be off down the path of logic. Not the path of logic. I only have 2 dots to connect. It's a straight line. Wow. Gina, come here. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's the stuff, Mr. Edward. That old logic never fails, huh? Okay, before we get too far into all these, of course it's not the first one, but which one of these, of the other 4, I guess, would you say is like the episode that you like the most? Like, which one are we looking out for here? Indeed, all we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and will only wind up further from the truth, which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Oh my gosh, logic. Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak with a detective, I should use X. Can we go... Can't go that way at all. Okay, I just want to see. No! No! Steel Samurai, son! I was so surprised at you, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai! And the music, the theme music just kicks in! The Steel Samurai Warrior of the Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. For children, of course. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president. Well, duh, because it's the Steel Samurai. He should be greeting foreign dignitaries. It is a little odd, although now that I think about it, to represent our nation. Oh, I must scour the scene and start anything that catches my attention. It's amazing. Flag? There's a hole in the flag! Wait! It's the flag of Zhangfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Here's the one at the other side of the stage, if you will. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it, flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And then here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Right, of course, oh, yeah, come on, spill the beans. Oh, you can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and hide the difference with X. Take
Take that!
Oops. I overshot it! I was an inch off because I overshot it.
Take that!
Close enough. Look closely. Do you see the hole? Oh, look at that! You're right, sir. I know the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole, dog. And if we know anything about burn marks, if there's burn marks, that means the shooter was close. Within about 6 feet, I think they'd say. Ooh, they were really close. Front row shit right there. A bullet hole. So you're saying a bullet went through the flag. Episode 3 for sure, but that's not always super good, but it features a very important character. A very important character, and obviously if the character is very important, we probably have met them before. Interesting. All the cases are pretty solid in this game. Ooh. Aw, dang it. I clicked it again. Okay, let's check out the Steel Samurai. Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? When does it say he popped right about when the gun went off? Which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. But where? Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege! I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. I think I've got enough information for the moment. Trying to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. Well, wait a second, wait a second. I want to see if there's anything else I can check out really quick. So the peasant had a nasty surprise when he was giving a speech. Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. And I was yammering away when all of a sudden, earthquake almost jumped right out of my skin. That sounds terrifying. Even though earthquake makes me queasy. You were listening, Mr. Edwards? I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always. Oh my gosh. It truly is like the little stuff that they say that's so funny. Let's see, what is the officer here taking pictures of, Detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice. Looks like he's reading off the papers here, Mr. Edgeworth. Pro speech tip number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Hey, this stuff is good. Better get a shot at this one too. Instead of focusing on the speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? Let's see, I'll talk to you. Got anything of note, officer? No, sir, not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That doesn't say none that stand out, sir. Not everybody touch and walk all over everything. Detective Gumshoe, did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog? I'll speak to his commanding officer about this, sir. Salary reviews coming up soon! The poor salaries of these people. No one is making a living at this precinct at all. There's a bright red balloon bobbing up on the surface of the lake. Reminds me of sending balloon letters back when I was a kid. You write a letter, see, and then you tie it to the balloon and send it off to see if somebody writes back. That's quite an ingenious idea. And did anybody write back? No. Kinda need a balloon that actually floats first. That's where your plan fell apart! It's so mean. It's so mean! Is the president okay? We're not at liberty to share the information with local law enforcement. What did you just say to him? You let us on that plane, pal, or you might just regret it. Sorry, I can't let you do that. No one respects the badge anymore. I suppose this is something of an international incident. Yeah, great, you know, prologue starting off with an international incident instead of ending with one. All the more reason to find the killer as soon as we possibly can. So I think the future Ace Attorney games are going to be focusing on the newer cast over the older guys. At this point, Phoenix is already a pretty famous lawyer. Right, he's been a part of so many famous lawyer things. It will be really interesting to see in Apollo Justice, the new cast that has to take over for the next trilogy. And it's funny to see salary comment for reading the title for last stream. I knew it would come up. If we're in a game about a prosecutor, it comes up so much. You gotta see Cirrus as a mentor. That's gonna be so cool to see like a cool, confident Phoenix, right? Like, okay, we see him start off as a unknown lawyer having to deal with Mia's death and Maya Faye's issues and then Pearl's issues and just having to be there for everybody. Well, you know, trying to make sure no one goes to prison that isn't supposed to be in prison. And then, of course, that last case where the person he's protecting is guilty and he has to try to get them put away and lose the case while finding the truth. Like, he basically switches places with Edgeworth is so cool and awesome. It's gonna be neat to see him use all that experience to, like, guide the newer generation. Alright, let's see. We gotta use some logic here. Okay, that's a lot of logic. Let's see. Okay, to the right of the stage. Pop them when they got pierced by a bullet. Okay, those two do connect. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly like the blue was popped by a bullet too. Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Or is it all the same shot? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. We need to know is how many gunshots were there. That was it? Hey, I'm not complaining. Alright, with the investigate. Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she? Oh, she. Okay, Lotta Hart's sister then. And why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Oh, fine. Let's see if she can tell us anything. There you are! Tabby Lloyd at your service! And that one could have been a little bit more subtle, I think. Just a little bit more subtle. Please. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? What can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about them there, Ruffles? Where does a feller buy a cravat like that?
Hold it!
Leave the Ruffles out of this! You be quiet for a moment. I'll be asking the questions here. Dang, here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. Why are both Southerners in this game, I guess, tabloid journalists in the basest sense? First, Lotta Hart, which is at least not as on the nose as Tabby Lloyd. Oh yeah, Tabby Lloyd is, that's a choice. Her fan name was Nicole Swift. Nicole Swift. Now, is that just for fun, or is there some reference there I'm not getting? Maybe she's really fast? Because she does look like she's wearing some sort of tracksuit. Is she a runner? See, I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Well, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon? I just gave you handing out leads for free. That's my livelihood. Oh, come on, don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me, hold out on you. Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. No, I don't like how immediately combative she is. I mean, technically, our police, that's a detective and I'm a prosecutor, and this is a crime investigation. No one died currently, except rest in peace, Steel Samurai, but she's being so... What's the word I'm looking for? Obstruction of justice-y? That's gonna get her put downtown if she keeps this up. We're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves? I wouldn't be so sure. Out of moves, you say? What do you mean, mister? I like how they just segued that in right there. As you know, detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are even more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defenses may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words! When attempting to draw an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Okay, so this is where the real challenge comes in with these minigames. Now, yes, analyze the state of play. You only get nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passage of time. And it's time-based? Ew. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated, if you're fixing to ask me something, will you dang well ask it already? I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambits. Mind chess! Oh no. Okay, what is it that you do? Why do you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about. No, shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you were insinuating. You're clearly hiding something. Don't you see it? There's nowhere left to hide. I'm not really sure what you're getting at there, Ruffles. Curses. I should have picked my words more wisely. Oh. It's more efficient to buy my time the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. Oh, okay. If her defense is up, I gotta buy time. Got you. And when they're vulnerable, it's time to go in with the verbal offense. What do you do? Okay, bide my time. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you've got no right to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I bag my first big scoop. Hey, partner, there's ain't no time for the silent treatment here. I'm a busy woman. Sometimes I'm ooh, okay, so that was that. I saw the word scoop, so you're supposed to attack on scoop. Oh, and I gotta do it all over again too? Or just for the prologue? Buy my time. And then scoops. Oh, and are you supposed to match the chess piece to the defense? I see, it's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang. Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living, Saul. Perhaps our hungry cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. Hey, it refilled! With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Were you at the scene of the crime? Time of the incident. Were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first. Absolutely not. Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. Think I'm a sucker? Then think again. Buy my time. I guess sometimes the options are just not great either. Well, that's my fear we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. So the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. It takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me. You heard gunfire. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which means that you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Come to report on the big speech while reporting on a shooting. Hey, kid, thanks for the sub. That's so kind. 19 months is crazy work. Thank you. We're working on the second Edgeworth game now. So there's only the 2 Edgeworth games, I think, where he's kind of a detective prosecutor sort of guy instead of going to court. And then the Ace Attorneys after this are back in court, but with someone different, which I'm very excited about. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. She came to report on the event, then she must have made a record of some kind. A record I'd very much like to get my hands on, because it might have the sound of the bullets! You might be able to hear how many shots were fired. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next. Where's the record of your reporting? You're a reporter, which means you must have been taking a record of some kind. You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal. So are we going to court with the dark side finally? Technically, yes, but unfortunately we don't go to court here. We basically find the killer at the scene. We gather evidence that will eventually go to trial, but Edward doesn't end up in a courtroom, personally. Like, he's ended up in court, but that was a separate instance and not current day. And that was in the past. That was totally separate. But here, yeah, we're basically just on the scene detectiving. You can actually introduce the dark side law arc in the future games, where the corrupt system becoming more corrupt! It becomes more corrupt! Oh, I love how consistent this timeline and narrative is, where they do bring back stuff or bring up things that have happened in other games. So if you have played all of them, it really is such a much more full experience. That's so cool! Let's see, you've got more questions, you gotta give me something first, that's the deal. I'm not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. Time to deploy my clue. Let's have a record of your reporting. And that means the next game after this one is Ghost of Yotai. So we're very close to Ghost of Yotai and Resident Evil Requiem, and then it goes right back into Ace Attorney 4, which, ooh, Ace Attorney 4 is gonna be fun. Let's see, no self-protecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where's yours? Of course I made a record, I told you I'm a pro! Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you say young lady to me, you ain't getting it no matter how many times you ask. Bide my time? You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do, ain't that sweet? In such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder. I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Play me the tape. Let's hear it. The music stopped. Yes. Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Let's go to tape. Bam, baby, look at that. Oh, dang it. This is my big scoop you're messing with, my big break. And thank you for the sub, Kid the Trucker. That's so good. 23 gifted subs is crazy work. Thank you. So nice, so kind. Right, Medley? Oh, she's asleep. She's tired. She's had a long vigil of looking out the window and barking at the neighbors. It's so hard being a puppy. And then she has her bear trap on her back. What is she doing with the bear trap? Truly, what is she planning with that bear trap? To nab a scoop? Is she gonna make the scoop? I'm concerned. Let's see, fine, sure. I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay? Checkmate. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky in the late game. That is gonna be so tricky in the late, like with the, against the dictator. Oh my gosh, that was difficult. Oh, I can see it now. You're something else, Ruffles. We get to the Anarchy. We love to get to the Anarchy. Dessert. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you have me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief has ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2 and be mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? You're like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor would give a star people the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse, and I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story isn't yours until the case is solved. And the job of chief number 2? I think not. Aw, you're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. And hey, we already have, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. We already have the, Yadagars. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But we already have one little underling. We don't need a second underling. We have too many underlings. Kay, thank you. Kay, Faye, Maya, it's so many names. Let's see, alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive rights starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order is to listen to the tape. Kershak. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The other criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. President's speech. President passionately addresses the assembled crowd as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That's their me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. Huh? The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yadagarasu situation behind him. Well, he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these? Oh, these are the two old guys standing right in front of me. We already got a Yadagarasu mention. We love to see it. They are whispering away to each other the whole darn time. Wait, part of the gun goes off is right after this. Let's see, the president thrusts his fist in the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. You should crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. 2 shots. 2 shots. What? Why do I have a really sinking feeling that this is a staged assassination? Just a really sinking feeling. So 2 shots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the shots fired, 1 hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of the shooter. The only possible place from which the bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is... Let's see... If I'm going based off angle...
Take that!
Right about there? Draw a line between the flag and the balloon, give us the director of one of our bullets, and place our shooter at the left-hand side of the spectator area. And so there's a clear sightline to the president, especially if the person's right-handed. Yeah, that makes sense. You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. Right, sir. So, you need me to clear out all those people out of the way, I guess? I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir. Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief! Are you supposed to be me, Miss Lloyd? I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you've ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push them where you like. Very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I somehow doubt that. Let's see. Okay, so got it. We can go there now. We can explore. So here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd, wait, is that my man Payne? Is that my man? What was his? Isn't his name Max? No, it's not Max, but it's Payne. Here of all places? I mean, I know it's the prologue, but still. See, Mr. Lloyd cleared everyone out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief that is, she says to be running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. It's gotta be Lotta Hart. She became like an editor-in-chief somewhere, and now that's why this person acts like this, is because, of course, under Lotta Hart's tutelage. She's like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't be worried in your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch around and alakazam, no more dirt. On the outside, perhaps. Let's see, but you'd still have something of a problem on the inside. We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be looking to find any traces of our shooter at all. Okay, no, but see, that doesn't make any sense. Because if there are burn marks on the flag, that means the shooter must have been close. And this is too far. If it was the other flag, I could understand that, but it's so far to the right. Huh. Hey, maybe... No, they've been really consistent about making the burn marks on things actually mean something. Because it mattered in the Edgeworth case, and it mattered in the Maya Fey case, where she was the spirit medium. So it's mattered at least twice that I can remember off the top of my head that a bullet mark either had burn marks or it didn't have burn marks. So I don't think they would... Well... No, okay, they specifically mentioned it, but I guess the evidence didn't count for it having the burn marks, even though technically it should. Man, the lens is cracked. What am I gonna do? The circuit board's hanging out. The whole thing's spitting spark. It's like a fireworks show in there. Probably not a good idea to touch, I guess. It's definitely not. Fireworks can be deadly. Right, sir? This isn't exactly rocket science, detective. Cameron is clearly otherwise occupied. Perhaps I can talk to him later. And I can't go on this side to investigate. Maybe she can move them. Let's talk to Winston Payne, our old friend. Old! Like, first game friend. This is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? He's not gonna remember him. Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We worked here at the prosecutor's office. You know who he reminds me of? The one guy, oh gosh. The one guy at AI Somnium. Komaeda? Komeiji? Kanade? Right? The crime scene investigator guy. Winston Payne is this game's version of that, where no one ever remembers him. Or remembers that he's around. The name just falls out of your brain. They just don't remember him. He's just gone. Let's see, we're together, prosecutor. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice. I recognize him from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where's the chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him and only him out through the cordon. And isn't there supposed to be the dark side of the law? A little bit of corruption? Interesting that they let the chief prosecutor leave during an active investigation, an active crime scene, where the only people you could kind of guarantee it wouldn't be would be me and Gumshoe and maybe a couple other investigators. Everyone else should be a suspect. So he had me summoned in short notice and then left before I even showed up, right? Very suspicious. Rude. Well, I was gonna say suspicious, but rude is true too. This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently. What's it say? 50 yards to the There's a Gordy Museum? And 70 yards to the, never mind. What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you? 70 yards to the boathouse. Feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. I forgot that this is where Edgeworth almost got arrested for murder. The fourth ever Ace Attorney case. Oh my gosh, that is forever ago. Fond memories, detective. Yeah, fond memories, sir. This is a bad place. This fond memories, detective. I got the achievement! I like that this game has achievements. That's so cute. Even though they're in-game, that's so cute. You ever gotta pick through the trash yourself? A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe? Of course it's not gonna be me. Right away, sir. The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa Little Treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo, a popsicle stick. Got all the jokes they put on these. Detective? Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence, huh? I think we got something. A pipe case. Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Is it the gun? Like they wouldn't look through the trash? See, by examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir. Let's see, we can write it with R. One I can move in closer or further away, too. I can use L to examine the object close and to move out for a bigger picture. When you spot something, just say the word. Alright, let's check it out. First, I want to rotate, just to see. Nothing on the back. Rotate it back. Are you fucking kidding me? No, no, no. Ignore the document. Are you kidding me? In the trash? Someone didn't even try to, like, chuck it into Gourd Lake just to make life harder? In the trash? It's fine. This is a document of some kind. That's it. Lead Rook, second night. Okay, so 2 people. Presidential security plan, March 24th. Let's see. The lead Rook, less cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Lead Rook position in light of Knight's injury. So Knight had an injury. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty. We know who, underlined, might be in the audience. What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned. He even has his own people's names on it. Rook and Knight. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhangfa. I heard he uses some private security firm. Why not employ people from his own country? I don't know why. Y'all want to hear, I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive? You really know something? Sure do. I was over at their embassy not too long ago sniffing out a story. While I'm here, one of the sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt at his life. Let's see, but what was it doing dumped there in a bag? You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Huh? Hey, there's something else in there. Yeah, no shit, there's something else! It was the first thing I saw! Well, my! Well, what's a gun doing in here? Sir, this bag. It's gotta belong to the... Yes. It could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amidst all the chaos. A revolver with a scope, too. They were serious. And the story where President Reagan was shot during they were dragging him away for treatment. Nuclear codes dropped in his show and were left at the scene? Wait. He was shot, and as being dragged away, he had the nuclear codes on his person? He had him in a shoe? He had them in his shoe. In his shoe. Don't carry them on your person. Why were they on him? Why were they in his shoe? Are you gonna need them at a moment's notice to pick up the phone? What the fuck? You don't need them in your shoe. That would explain the security plan too. That's so dumb. So dumb. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. Stupid people really irritate me. Like, no, you should not have nuclear clothes in your shoe. Holy fuck. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder matching the 2 gunshots heard in the recording. That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used. Fingerprinting? This part is called the grip. It's held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. This is a laser sight. A laser sight! You line up with the target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yep, definitely a red laser. Did the assassin use a laser sight to target the president? Not if they were good. Why would you want them to know that you're doing it ahead of time? That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash? Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun for forensic and see if you can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. I got the results for you. That was quick? You bet it was. Told the text it was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everywhere? Inside, outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. Damn, that is thorough. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. Mind that I pushed your car out of the ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there! Out of it, it felt kind of lonely! Did I do that? I think I might have. You came back though, Mr. Edward. Only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes? I know you'd never forget about me, sir. Of course I wouldn't. During those 15 minutes anyway. Damn, Edward can be so cruel. I do like to see the character development of him getting, you know, less cruel, but so cruel. You're with one of the news channels. Yep. Can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? Wish I could help you, but that's kind of tricky. And why is that, pal? You got a problem with your civic duty or something? No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. Ugh, just our luck. Oh no, a mysterious laugh. What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edwards. Someone who knows me? I know that voice. Hey! It's Kay! All of a sudden, too! Literally out of nowhere. What timing! Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds, but don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one and the only Kay Faraday. Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. Taking time up for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy. Kay helped me out a few occasions about 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. 2. Count them 1, 2. Since the ending of the 5th case in the first game. There is a 2 little week span of time between these games. Can't my man catch a break? Oh my god, all I can do is catch a case apparently. Let's see, the case of the Yatagarasu. A mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough. And what are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she did mention being fond of such things. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your flat opposite you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. So, Kay, are you really here to save the day? Yep, prepare for your dog to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? Then you better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's the girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't you let me call him Chief? But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, Ace Reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time, You two can chat later? Hey, can I see those photos? Boo, fine, here. I took this right when the gun went off, so the first one must have hit the balloon and the flag, right? But it's total chaos, people running everywhere. And that one's obviously injured. So if we go back to our information, let's see. Rook's position in light of the knight's injuries. And so the guy on the left must be Rook, and the guy on the right must be Knight. In the security plan were Rook and Knight? What's this? A red dot. Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue. Hooey! Your eyes just look like a pair of dank Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edwards, care to tell the readers what you spotted? A contradiction. Huh? What now? I don't see anything strange. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, find the contradiction in the photo. Contradiction in the photo? Oh, they were... I understand the evidence proves the contradiction. Is the contradiction that his picture doesn't have him with the little dot?
Eureka!
Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kate's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be. Indeed. There's something on the president's board. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. Wait a second. Wait a second. Huh. I wonder if that's the real president. Because this picture of the president, he has like weird dots around his mouth, and that could be totally nothing. But just an interesting thing to have on this picture, the little dots. And then to go to the picture that Kay took, and there's no dots, which would have been very easy to add in. I don't know, just there's something interesting, just think a little inconsistency. Heck, maybe even a contradiction. What is that, some kind of birthmark? Yeah, the guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. Are they stupid or something? I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? Yeah, that's it. That's right there. It's a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. Look on your face. It was Jack President History, right? You know, I would feel pretty safe if my president was like super jacked. You know, in the gym lifting, like just walking around really buff, drinking the protein, creatine, all of it. Like, let's go. Gotta get some, maybe even a little bit of peptides. Throw in some peptides. You should know that the road to truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details. Oh, get with the face. All right, duly noted, she is. Can we connect these two? I saw the mystery of the red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No, we're dealing with is something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact the beam of a laser sight. Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead? And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, it's gonna do more than an inch. Indeed, I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And the gun that we found was the weapon used in the crime. Well, so far we haven't met anyone that could be the killer. See, why would the perp use a laser sight, though? Because they're inexperienced. You're right, you should stand it like crazy or something like that. Pew pew pew. It's not like you could just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, when anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Here are laser sights in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Okay, let's see these pictures. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. See, first up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. Okay, someone in a red hoodie behind Payne, but it might not be them. See, it might have been more useful to use it half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. What can I, hey, can you blame me for wanting to take a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. Second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's Red Hoodie. What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everything started running right after the last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident. Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid. And that's all of them. Time to take a closer look. Let's send the picture from before the shooting. Is there any hint of the laser sight here in this picture? Duh.
Take that!
There, I see it! What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood. Whoa, there it is! Indeed, that's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one with the red hood must be the shooter, yes. We found them, all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, you led us right there to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Detective. Miss Great Thief, I mean, the truth. Everyone's a detective, a thief, I don't know, they're all something now. So you may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures too. Let's take another look. See, and then after the shooting...
Take that!
Look! Right there! A red jacket! That must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed. Ah! The red samurai dog stand! Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe? On it, sir. Consider it cleared. Good, I'm counting on you. I mean, can't they put these people, like, by the boathouse or something? Oh, I don't like that. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. I don't like how they've drawn this. In the rain, all gloomy and creepy. I don't like this. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Don't like that. Now let's continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Wait. Let's see it. There are toy rifles lined up along this counter. Oh, a rifle range. I'm good at these, sir. A regular sharpshooter. I thought you said you hated guns. Oh, I don't hate them. I just don't really like them. Isn't that basically the same thing? Well, it's one thing to not like to use actual live guns. It's another thing to not to like sharpshooting. One's an aiming mechanic. The other one is a lot more dangerous. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Button. What's this? A red button. Hey, do you think? They could have been dropped by our red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems like it. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you please see what's under that stand? There's something down there, all right. Let's see. Well, of course the person would take off their hood. Okay. And you can see that the sleeve is torn and the button is gone. Right there. A red raincoat. This must be the one the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hidden under there before they made their escape. The sleeve. It's inside out, and the button is missing too. I guess we can try to... Logic? No, not that connection. This connection. You know, yeah, I think the red raincoat and the red button were connected. Let's see, the button was found, seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Huh. The right sleeve's inside out, too. It seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise they sat and disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting the president. Then they slipped through the panicked crowd and moved from left to right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to the shooter to the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. As the right sleeve inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button. The question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? For to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. It's a bright red raincoat, sir. Red as red can be. The sight of it's getting me kind of fired up, I gotta say. Quite the raging bull, aren't you, Detective? That's me, sir. I'm always ready to charge into action. Yes, or to my defense. Let's take a closer look into the inside of this raincoat. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Oh, blood. This is a blood stain. Including where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury. Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh? How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there was a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely, or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. So we have to find someone with an injured left arm. These are starting to fall into place. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious character with injuries on their left arms coming right up. You're a bit smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in the crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. Why do I want to say that the chief prosecutor who left maybe potentially has an injured left arm? The only person to leave. Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Wait and add the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Yeah, innocent until proven guilty here, Kay. Okay, no jumping. But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's there to try to take out the president. In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring over here, Detective. Carefully. Medley! Medley, there's a little spot for you. Come here. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. You heard me, Medley. Come here. No! No! Of all of the people, no! No umbrella and a bandage on his left arm. Come here. Come here, Medley. I was just thinking, wow, remember that guy with the walkie-talkie in court that we had to take out? Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that super great? Remember him? I was like, yeah, no, assassins. There's only one other assassin we know of. You know, the one that kidnapped Maya? Well, pal, state your name already. Let's see what he gives. Dope. Yep, John Doe, of course. John, I'm sure. John Doe? Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. And you're Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course. I've been following the day's development with some interest. Now, perhaps you care to explain why you've asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Wasn't that just shocking? Ew. Why does the ice cream roll? Is that not really ice cream? And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is that I have had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits, a battle of words! Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? No, let's not go there. Detective Gumshoe, if you've quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm. Doe's deposition. Let's go. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. Well, you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. And where'd your umbrella go? So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to have an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, slitter, summer shot, it's my trusty parka every time. There's like a lot of ink I was hoping to pursue. Yeah, no, same though. So you see, I'm not your would-be killer. I guess it's because I have a car. I don't walk long enough distances in the, like, in open, no cover to really warrant an umbrella or a raincoat sometimes. And if I get a little wet, I get a little wet. I'm not made of sugar. It's like, whatever coat I have on, it's like, well, we suffer. We ball. God ball. Let's see. Please, I am just... He's not making this any easier on himself. Forgive me, everyone seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. I feel like, that detective, I think it was, in Dexter, where he's always squinting at Dexter, like, I see you. Can't prove it, but I see you. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. You have no proof this person is injured as you claim.
Hold it!
I don't think I can pronounce that. Dokes? I think it'd be Dokes. But yes, that guy. I really want to watch, or try to watch Dexter at some point. I've started it a couple times. He was the main character that only appeared in the first season. Again, like, he's so popular. I see so many memes about that specific guy, especially the surprise motherfucker sequence. I've seen it memed, I've seen it made fun of. Like, it's such a good sequence. He's such a good character. And to only be in one season, you know, that show would have done amazingly if they did, like, 3 seasons of, like, a back and forth between him and the detective, kind of like a Light versus L sort of situation, and just end it. Just end it. And that's why I like the first 2 seasons of Hannibal. It was the same vibe. He was way too OP, you would have caught Dexter. I guess that's why maybe you, like, tease him, right? Like, you build up to it. You elongate it a little bit. He's a cool character, but maybe he keeps getting called away. Maybe there's just not enough evidence. He pops in, makes his presence known, then he like, okay, well, I don't really have enough here. I'll leave for now. And he's like building a case. I mean, he always finds like a little bit of something. It's not enough to put Dexter away, but circumstantially with all of it together and one other piece of evidence, it would tie in. You know, just like little pieces. Like, oh, a scrap of cloth. I can't prove that it was him, but it was definitely the killers at the scene. Like, you know, you just start grabbing stuff, seeing what connects. Let's see. So you'd like to see some proof the owner of the raincoat has an injury. I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. I still don't understand how you know who I am. Come on, Miss Redworth, you're famous. He probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you and your work lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, you need one step closer apprehending our shooter. Alright, let's save. And you know, it's crazy. It's been almost an exact month since we ended the first Ace Attorney. It was on April 4th that the last game happened. And now it's May 5th? Yeah, almost an exact month. Sick.
Hold it!
Oh, wait, no, I don't want to press again. I wonder if I can present any evidence. Well, let's press on a couple other things just in case. And yet you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? It did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers. That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short of a span of time? Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edward. That is a fact. And he lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things. I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopened is just one of those things, too? Well, it kind of is, no? The assassin's left arm is injured. He's even got the seashells on his chest, too. As is Mr. Doe's. Okay, I think I know what to present. I wasn't sure if they wanted me to present so early, Because sometimes in these games, like the first time you're talking to someone, you just have to keep pressing, and then it kind of reveals the information you need.
Objection!
But this one's just straight evidence. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The code does not belong to me, or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope? Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, though I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies, because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As I've already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that person was you, with this decisive piece of evidence. His ice cream's melting! No! Not the ice cream? You see, Mr. Doe, there's a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood belongs to our assassin. Oh, what nice ice cream to just fall right back down, too. Attempted murder of a foreign leader? Causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you! You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes for us to compare the blood on your bandage with that on the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhang Fa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it, I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed. Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth? The only thing you have to prove is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. Doe's deposition part 2. I am no assassin. I'm a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone else when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. If I decide to have the president have a speech, it's really particular, just to torment and traumatize Edgeworth a little bit more, because of course it's Gourd Lake. Of course they have to like put every layer of trauma on Edgeworth they can. They might as well just dug up his dead father's coffin and just thrown it on there too. You know, give the president something to stand on so the crowd can really see him. Come on, this game is ridiculous. Let's see, as if your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Gosh. Look, it's right here, plain as day, the assassin, and they're wearing a red coat. Intriguing. But that is not me. You can't see the face! These people never learn! Oh, come on! Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself? Because technically, besides the raincoat, there's no evidence that the person in the red shot the president. We see a light. We don't see them holding a gun. We don't see a face. There's not enough true smoking gun, technically, evidence. Let's see, I'm no assassin. I'm a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. So he's saying the bodyguards sprang and then the shots rang out separately? So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan, and on the left was Rook. All the beeps! Welcome to Beephood. Because all we get are these cute little, like, I guess typey beeps. Very typey. I expected he noticed the light from their laser sight. You might remember this man. He is an assassin, as we've seen before. Quite cunning. He kidnapped Maya. It'll be interesting to see if Edgeworth actually gets him here, or if he makes a getaway of some sort and is able to escape his fates. But it's definitely him. There's no one else. And they shot at a president. We're already starting off with the assassin from the end of the 3rd game and an international incident. This game is no slouch. I think it was the end of the 3rd. That might have been the 2nd game. Which one was that? I don't remember the exact case that was related to, but I can't remember. Dang it, there's so many cases! Like, the man is no amateur. Mr. Rose knows a little too much of the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said in your testimony if you don't mind. As you wish. The bodyguard on the left, Bastian Rook was it, was especially quick to respond. The bodyguard on the left was the first to move. By the smallest fraction, yes, he reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastian Rook, did you say? It appears you assessed the situation quite astutely. No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. It's good. He didn't even flinch. Do we have any evidence for that? These pictures don't really tell us much, but we do know that he's saying before the shots ring out, they moved. I thought he's wearing a calling card in his shirt, which is so weird. Right, he's just flaunting it now. Absolutely flaunting it. And you know who might be referring to the assassin? Let's see. Let's cover for the lakeside. Let's see. Bastian Rook was especially quick to respond. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Less cover for lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Knight to immediate score president, 2 plane in case of emergency. Interesting that Knight didn't do that. Interesting that Knight's first thing he did was also open up the briefcase and not shuffle the president away. Not even try to, like, tackle the president and get him down, anything. If the flag was blowing right, it almost looks like it would obscure your vision from where you're standing. See a record of the speech. Okay, then we shall crush the wicked, and then bang bang. Let's try asking a few more questions.
Hold it!
Let's talk about being an ice cream seller. A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. Ugh, I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course. Mr. Edgeworth. Why, the most important thing about making ice cream appears to comes to approach it with a virtuous heart. Oh, so make it with love. What does a virtuous heart have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope that you now see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? If that's so strange, it was a rainy morning, most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange coincidence, our choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better than have one of my arms occupied by an umbrella, I have ice cream to serve after all. And why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me. I simply hadn't remembered until now. But you remember the whole event of having an umbrella and then losing an umbrella, but you totally forgot that you were wearing a raincoat? But you crafted an umbrella and now we're saying that you didn't use an umbrella because you were an ice cream seller. How does that make any sense? It's been an eventful day after all. An eventful day? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. President of Zhangfall was shot at. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. Almost like the bodyguards knew something was going to happen ahead of time. Although we see here that the bodyguards aren't doing anything. So maybe we present that as a contradiction? The bodyguard on the left, Bastian Rook, was especially quick to respond. Let's save, just in case. But that's the only information, it seems like the only contradiction I can see is that maybe with the picture, we see that she said this was taken right before it happened. No one is moving.
Objection!
Certain classified. You know, I guess we haven't confirmed. Well, no, he has an injury. Okay, so that's not it. Never mind. That's when the spectators panic, start ringing, scream for their lives. Let's see.
Hold it!
Wait. Okay, I thought that was the same thing and I was just having a... No, don't autoplay. Don't autoplay. I want to see what he actually says. So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots. I'm absolutely certain of it. I am blessed with very good sight. Interesting, considering that you wore a monocle. Any self-respecting ice cream seller must be able to see at a glance if his wares are melting. We live to give... Oh, it's on autoplay again. He's clearly lying through his teeth, but there's no point trying to catch him in that particular lie. So let's return to the matter here. You say that you saw one bodyguard move before the other. If it's not the picture... And it says, Knight to immediately escort President to the plane in case of emergency. So he didn't do that. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. It said Rook repositioned. But I wonder if this is supposed to be where the position is.
Objection!
I guess it must be. There's no other evidence we can present. As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. Oh, it's the name! What? You jest, surely. You're the one who spoke their names aloud. Oh, he said Bastian Rook. Oh, it's the first name. Rook and Knight, was it? We only know the names thanks to the security plan. But look close. I didn't even think that he knew the name. Duh. Only their surnames appear. Yeah, we all clearly heard you say the name Bastian Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have. Seems pretty darn suspicious to me. Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue. No, you knew. Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said. It's smoldering! Come now, miss. It's a little too soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is, well, I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. I am not lying. I am, as I've always been, a simple ice cream seller. And I'm acquaintances of Bastian Rook. Yes. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that? It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him, although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you were able to speak with him, and he also denies that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I let it fester? Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? We have to talk to Rook, don't we? What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. Fire, he'd be in jail already, and then he'd be out on the streets again because you'd fail at getting the evidence. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shocking scenes here at the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice. Seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. Oh, what you know? What's this angle here? I saw them. Another person with a red hood. What? Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech again. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. I wonder if there is a second assassin and they're just using this guy to throw off old players like myself, where we already know this guy is technically an assassin. But maybe not for this game. Maybe he is just like undercover as an ice cream seller, or maybe this is just like his vacation. Like, yeah, no, sometimes I just sell ice cream at high-level events for fun, just to see if I could still get away with it, right? Like, ooh, kind of fun, no one paying me, but I want to try it out. We don't know what this man does in his spare time for fun. And I mean, he must have made loads of money with all of his assassins. Loads. See, as the laser that was aimed directly at the president's head, he's claiming there was another red-hooded person? Preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similar to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself, and so naturally I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
Not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never had believed me. Especially not if I said that the shooter was standing next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you didn't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I'm sure. You see right there in front of that person with the red hood. Also interesting, I guess, Tabby Lloyd must be a little bit further down, because I don't think that blonde head is hers, so we don't see her in this picture. You see right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but, what are you trying to say? What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth, and while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talents would be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. Let's see, the picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully, the picture was taken right at the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we've seen here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with this picture? Okay, well it wouldn't be the raincoat with the blood stain. Because we can't see a left or right arm. We can't see anything about the picture. Found a trash can on the left side of the spectator area fitted with laser sight, 2 spent bullets used in the attempt. It wouldn't be the revolver then. Extrapolations from the bullet trajectory suggest that 2 shots were fired from the left side of the spectator area. And this is the left side of the spectator area. We can see Payne and Rook. Diagram of the president's security. Would it be Miss Lloyd's tape? Although, would he have heard that? High-pitched gentleman, Lloyd, president. President wants to thank us personally. Older gentleman, probably Payne. Older gentleman, high-pitched gentleman. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? Who would Payne be talking to? Would it be Lloyd's tape and what she heard? But she was right there too. Oh, is that what they're saying? That it was her because she has the tape? Is he gonna try to cast suspicion on Tabby Lloyd here?
Take that!
Of course! The tape! It contradicts the photograph! It is the tape! So have you noticed at last? What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be there. Huh? But who? Who indeed? The person who's missing from this photograph is...
Take that!
Huh? Miss Lloyd? Is it her? How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. Oh, there were these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right, but she's not in the picture. Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Whoa! Y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. And I will say, the assassin guy technically is supposed to be a good assassin. Would he need a laser sight in a big crowd to take out the president? I didn't think I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over roving reporter style, and that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and the tape from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne, the chief prosecutor. I'm certain of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean that she's our perp. Will y'all quit messing with me as if I could have done a thing like that? Little old me? I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does? I thought it was pretty good. Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. Oh, Mr. Fenris? I think it's this. I guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and the tapes from when I was in another.
Hold it!
It's not possible. So the fact that you are not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I got your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd, and that picture was snapped while I was off in someplace else. Look at it this way. It all makes perfect sense. Your assertion then is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points of the speech. Yep. Timing's everything. You learn that soon enough in this line of work. So if I can prove that two things did happen at the same time, her entire defense will come crumbling down. Okay, so there must be evidence. Would you have to point out the evidence in the picture, maybe? Maybe we have to present the laser sight? Okay, let's save. Let's try to press a little bit more. You were running all over. Where exactly? Here, there, everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and went in a crowd like that? What do y'all want from me? I'd like to at least tell us whether you were to the left or right of the stage. Left? Yeah, left, I think. The section of the picture was on the left-hand side, too. Coincidence? Let's try pressing the pictures. Yeah, okay, it is the pictures. Reaction, poor Gum-Gums. Yeah, my poor Gumshoe. It's so hard seeing him get like a $5 bonus, and then a few years later, wow, all the way up to $20. My poor man. He really, truly does not deserve that. Only instant noodles for him again. He doesn't even mess up that much. He does come and clutch a lot, and he gets into so many car accidents doing it. He really doesn't deserve the pain that he suffers. Poor Gumshoe. Oh, Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie. And yet the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. What? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines precisely with when you were making your recording. Part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording. I either want to say it's them talking, or it's his stature. Right, because they're talking, they're whispering, and he's getting ready for his, like, Hammer of Justice thing. So we'll try...
Take that!
Here, look closely. Okay, no, it's not that. We'll try again. For the defense, I don't care if she'll ever feel bad. Hey, he's keeping the true innocent people out of prison. Thanks to Gumshoe, he's getting all this evidence, and he's the only reason that they stay out of prison. I mean, look at Maggie Bird. How many times has she almost gone to prison in just a couple games? The lady has a problem. But it's all thanks to Gumshoe. He really does try super hard. You gotta give him money for that, right? So it's just oh. Okay, so it's not the tape, it's gotta be
Take
this.
that!
I don't want to go to work. I'm so sorry! You have to go to work soon, right? It's soon. That's not a fun time. Hopefully it'll be a nice, light, easy night. You don't have to deal with calling the police or dealing with drunkards who want to do slots while drunk. You know, that kind of thing. Kind of find that as criminal. It really is. It really is. So you see here, the president has his fist raised. And hey, at least you're not getting shot at, right? Gotta think positive. Let's see, what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? No, you see, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy for me, do you, Ruffles? Pokédex and Sword, you get a shiny charm. I did get a shiny charm. I never really got to use it, because by the time I was finished with the Pokédex, I was sort of done with the game at that point. Like, I just was done. I have a lot of charms in Sword, actually. So I did the DLC ones, too. So you get a charm for the DLC also. It's really nice. Let's see, remember, we were concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. I have the Charmander and Scarlet. I found 2 shinies in 2 hours last night, but haven't found any since. Hey, 6 shinies in 2 hours is more than some people have ever found in a lifetime. Me included. Were they good shinies at least? Was it a bunch of different things? Or is it like... oh gosh, like a Pikachu shiny where it barely looks different. See, correct. We've now confirmed what occurred at the recording. Which means Tabby should be here in this picture too. Look at us getting all this coinciding evidence, lining up timelines. It's so beautiful. Let's see. She is and right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood. What? I don't know if it's her. She seems kind of dumb. So you're a shooter, huh? No, I don't even know a jacket like that. That's right. From everything we saw, the owner of the red coat is... the owner of that red coat is... we have already proven the red coat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, are wearing something else that also happens to have a red hood. So there were 2 people with red hoods all along? Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Wait, but we only found 1 raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. It's reversible! It's reversible! She even mentioned it. Oh, dastardly. This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it is, like I said, if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and eek! Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red! That's right, and when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What are you really up to, huh, pal? Wait, I never even wore that way around. Perhaps you would allow us to examine it. We can confirm that for ourselves. And all you gotta confirm that exactly how. It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has already been established. And as you yourself said, heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry. Wait a sec now, I got this big old backpack on, see, I can't take off my jacket, yeah. Maybe I could show you all some other time? You think an excuse for that week is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president, I could never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. So 5 of them were new Pokemon from Scarlet Violet. The 6th is Altaria. What's the Altaria shiny? That sounds really cute. Hopefully it's not a lighter shade of blue or something. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. It's yellow? Okay, that's solid. At least it's a different enough look. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Who said that? Hold your horses! It's a little soon for the endgame. He looks like a giraffe. He looks like the giraffe Pokemon made human. Giraffe or something? Oh yeah, no, that's so cute! Oh, he's so yellow and sweet. I kind of wish the cloud was a different color, but the little yellow sweet face is so awesome. See, that goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. Let's see, that's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Let's see, guess I better introduce myself. What is this, MGS? Okay, it actually might be. The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. Personal idiot. And second in command of a security detail. Eek! Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, I can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl is on loan from Zhang Fa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Are you preferring Edgeworth or Phoenix? Ooh. See, that's a hard one. I think Edgeworth is really fun. I like the personality adjustment. I like how cocky he is. I like how confident he is. I think Edgeworth as a character is more interesting. But then I think I prefer the setup and layout of the original Ace Attorneys. The detective style is cool, but there is something about being in a courtroom that's just a lot more fun. Like, okay, cool, we get to get the killer now, but teasing out the killer and, you know, going on investigations is just a lot more fun. You can definitely tell this is a spin-off, just because it's not lesser, but the shift in gameplay style and tone feels incredibly off from the mainline games. That's why I'm kind of excited to get back to Ace 4 and get it back into the Apollo Justice stuff, because at least then we get to go back to a courtroom, and that sounds really awesome. See, anyway, never mind that. I've got 2 tidbits of news for you. You want to get the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that? Whatever, you're lost. Guess we'll just push the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it. A fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you can say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. President's okay, didn't suffer as much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief. Clearly for you, young lady here, that means there are no longer a murder charge on the table. That's good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, because I'd never... Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way! Rook is dead. A genuine loss. So you're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother-in-arms. You need to buy Pokemon cards in July. Why in July? I keep having to buy singles. I can't find cards. I really wanted those, like, 3 sets. The Gen 7 sets are actually kind of cheap. I saw them on TCG Player. I think, like, it would be, they're like $6, $7 a piece, somewhere in that range. Nothing crazy. But then the first Gen set, like $42 for Charizard. I mean, Charizard's not even that cool. He's just a stupid fucking lizard. I'm sorry. He's not even that cool. How is Charizard $42, but then my beautiful little Litten's like $7? I just want to buy the cute little promo cards. I just wanted to have them. They're so sweet. And now they're coming out with the next gen stuff. And they got, I think there's like Typhlosion, and they got Scorbunny. So good. Not my little Torchic. Not Torchic yet, I didn't see. But soon. Soon I'll get my Torchic. But they tried to make it so expensive. It's ridiculous. Ugh. See, heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame. Castling? What's that even mean? It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches place with the king. Then why didn't he just say so? Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah, what? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? It's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only 2? The National Police Force of Zhang Fa will be handling things from here. What? You better be kidding, pal! This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. It makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? But that was a mistake. A big one. You should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with the President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. Ugh. So tired of dealing with diplomatic incidents. I can remember of Ocelot from MGS. They're both just as revolvers and spinning them. And he really shouldn't be. He's just like spinning it in a crowd of people. He's kind of stupid. You're coming with me. But can you do this on the presidential plane? No! No! I never did nothing, I swear! You can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhang Fa, just as absurd, one way or another. My favorite legend got a Mega Evolution in ZA's DLC, and this card is going to be released in July, so oh, I hope you can get it. It's so rough when you're like a genuine fan and you just want, I just want this one card, it'd be so great because I love it. And it's, oh, it's $1,000, it's $500, it's something totally not worth it for the price. And it's so irritating. Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now, but I can't help feeling like we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent. You gotta believe me. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. It's no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Like, I got Perfect Order just because there was a few copies, and I got that mega evolution of Starmie, and it was an EX, but it's like a full art EX, and I looked up $82, like just totally raw on TCG Player. And if you're a Starmie fan, a Mega Starmie fan, $82 is crazy for one card. Absolutely insane. Get your filthy hands off of. Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck was barely beginning to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you! Oh, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You've got some nerve pulling us like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. This guy's a pro, a hitman. He's... Shelly the Killer! The Killer? Not the Killer! There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking out any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. They haven't released any of the card arts yet, sadly, so IDK what it'll look like. Hey, at least it's getting one. And you know what's really great for you? You're not an Evolution fan. It's us Eevee fans, us actual Eevee fans have it hard out here, man. You might see some Eevees hanging out. I like them all. They're all great. I love that I can pick a full team out of them. They're just so cute. I got my own Eevees hanging around the house. Can't get a card to save my fucking life, though. They're so expensive. I spent like 40 bucks on a card once. Maybe a little bit more. And it's like, it was a good card, nice card, but holy shit. It's insane. It's been too long, Mr. Of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. I need the market to crumble. I need it to collapse, crumble, eviscerate, scorched earth, so that I can go and buy cards for like dollars. Singular dollars. Please. You're the assassin we're looking for. So you're getting the cards, get the giant plushie. Oh my, they're like $300 or $400 each. If I could have bought all of them and filled my house with giant evolution plushies, I definitely would have. But that's a car loan. That's like, oh, what's your down payment on the car? $5,000, or you can get all the evolution plushies. There's no in between, which is really unfortunate. See, in a sense, yes, a certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract, and that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen this picture in one of my old files somewhere, but, ugh, how could I have been so careless? I managed to be useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected, but I miscalculated at certain other regards. You didn't bring a gun? Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stake must be high in order for it to be fun. Of course, shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgar to remain in charge of the case. He what? What are you up to, killer? It seems like our mutual friends to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Basti Rook was a man of great skill, one whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind the case, death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You, of course I do. I'm the leader now, me. If this is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Ugh. Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objection to trust Mr. Edgeworth? Come, let us continue the investigation. What do we do, sir? It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. Market did take a big hit the last Perfect Order. It was overprinted, and also people said it wasn't desirable, so the set was constantly available at retailers like Walmart for $5 per pack. I'll buy it sometimes as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Yes, sir, you got it. Apparently the way Pokemon is making the new sets like Chaos Rising and Pitch Black is the same way as Perfect Order, and people aren't as worried about scalpers on these sets. The guy is one of the low problem sets. Very nice. Hey, that's lucky for you. And that's because they just don't have like a lot of really good hits in them, right? Like some of the arts, they basically took out a bunch of the stuff from what I understand. They like reduced a lot of the hits, which is why the scalpers aren't as interested. See, with the death of Vasti, reckon revelation that Shelly the Killer was in our midst. The case has taken a turn we could never have predicted. Mr. Knight ordered the door to the presidential plane to be opened, and the emergency personnel attended to Mr. Rook's body was asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. I don't know, that gunshot wound's a little bit suspicious. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? It's a weird place. Oh, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there. As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Sorry to disappoint, but did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As they've already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright? My only option right now is to play along. Rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edward. Not that I need it, but yes. That's why I brought... that's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Okay, Faraday, great thief extraordinaire. We'll just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me? Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Now let us get the scouring the scene from top to bottom. And you know what's interesting? Who denotes that a card is worth $100 or more, right? It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. You know what I mean? Like, it's all arbitrary. It's truly just all arbitrary. And see, that's why scalpers are dumb. Like, they're just inflating a price, and eventually the price will just plummet because people will be like, well, no one wants anymore. I mean, the same thing happened to a lot of Funko Pops, where it's like, I collected a bunch of them, but I was like, they're not selling out anymore. People can't even get rid of them because no one wants them. It's gonna be maybe not the same thing with the cards, but they're not gonna last forever. And when people are like, wait, it's like the Tulip Bowl thing. Oh, I was paying $300 for one piece of cardboard in a little bit of plastic. No. I actually just bought a bunch of singles, and they were like, you know, $3 to $7 to $10 each. Much more reasonable, at least, for a specific card to buy out instead of having to go and find packs. Much more reasonable. All right, I go to the restroom really quick, and I want to grab my footstool. I moved it, but with the way my back is, it would actually help to have like that little bit of height. I need to get a better ottoman. That's what I can do. I need to get a nice little footrest.
Aw, Moname! Moname, you're so pretty. There we go.
Oh. My back's definitely been feeling different after my shots, after my injections. I don't know if it's better. It's too early to tell, and yeah, okay, I thought Mr. Penny's gonna unplug my stuff. But I'm hopeful. I want to believe, because getting the shots was not fun. Especially since they numbed the area first, and that burned. Oh, it's so great. Because then I don't know where to go from there. Like, I don't want to have surgery. That'd be awful. I'm hoping it's just this and done. Let's see, a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from and in and around the plane. I must scour the screens and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, this one's off. These monitors displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, besides the one that's off. Oh. I'm moving things around. I gotta stop moving things. The puppies don't help. They're moving things too, all the time. There we go. Something that's nice, one of the favorite card arts is like, oh, $12 for a duo of cards, so I got that guy. So yeah, $12? That's much more respectable. That's much more reasonable. 200? Crazy work. What on earth is this? Oh, it's the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch. Well, one, it looks broken. Two, I don't recognize it, but I feel like that's gotta be something. If that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that's pretty weird. So, let's see. Oh, Eternatus V and V Max? damn, yeah. I mean, Eternatus isn't that bad. It's just such a weird villain. Like, coming out of nowhere, it's so weird. But I guess kind of, and you know, it's not even as interesting as some of the other, like, legendary ultimates. I mean, the dogs were more interesting, at least because they were kind of fun. Eternatus just kind of a weird guy. I was trying to see, I can't spell. Evolution. See if that'll bring anything up. I'm trying to like look at all the cards. No, that's like, I was trying to see really quick. Let's, ooh. What about a, gosh, Sylveon Full Art? Sylveon Full Art V. I was just like, how much, right? This one's from Evolving Skies where she's in the little bakery. $169. $169 for one card. It's crazy work. And a heavily played holofoil, $85 for heavily played. My gosh. Some people are insane out here. So this literally would be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but no, I'm not so sure of it. There's certainly another, there was certainly something, certainly another monitor here. So wait, they broke out the monitor to put this in and the rest are cameras? What? That is really weird. Okay, the outside maybe? That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could not hope to approach without being spotted, but such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Whoa, you're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen? Of course, with ease. You have to teach me how, please! Hey! You do realize who we're talking to, don't you? Sorry. Had to ask, though. With a great skill for a great thief to know. Unfortunately for you, I'm not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way exactly? This monitor is monitoring a feed for this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res. Oh, I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. There's just the usual deep etched lines, you know, on your forehead. If you quite finished. What else can we look at? I'm not seeing anything else that we haven't inspected. Let's back up. Mega Rayquaza is one of the strongest Pokemon ever, and then there's the Sword Dog. Starts off significantly with the Rayquaza and picks up a sword in his mouth. Now he's basically tied with Mega Rayquaza. Hey, that's a really strong dog. You think Medley with Piggy is weaker than Medley without Piggy? Medley gets emotional strength from Piggy. That's why she's so strong when she has Piggy. It makes sense. Someone has left an inflatable boat and ore here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time. Wait, but there's only one ore. You can still roll with one ore, you know. Are you ready, Charlie? Are you ready for all the Ace Attorney you could ever imagine? All of the detectiving? You're such a great detective. Okay, let's examine the body. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Oh, the briefcase. It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. Did you hear about GTA? I did not hear about GTA. But I've not kept up with GTA at all. I did hear that they're using AI software to do a Horizon remaster touch-up. And Horizon's from 2017. Does it really need a remaster touch-up? It's still on PS4. You could get the PS5 version now. It's just a money grab. That's all. We don't need it. No one needs this. My gosh. Bank of America's trying to make the base game price 80 plus tax. Man, fuck Bank of America. They suck. And for other reasons besides that, they can get so screwed. See, there are some in case photograph too. Cause that's such a bad idea. $80 for GTA. Do they not know how? Because they know it's gonna sell. Oh, well, people will buy it. It's a really popular game. People want it. Blah blah blah. Oh, Mr. Finish did unplug it. Mr. Kitty Hat. Oh. Oh, is the wire all messed up? Ooh, the wire's messed up. Okay, this heating pad might be kaput. Oh, I don't like that. Hey, it was fine. I'm gonna unplug this. I don't like that it's like moving around and then it's connecting and not connecting. That's inconsistent. We're gonna plug that. Okay. I mean, this heating pad is ancient, so maybe it's time. But I'm not gonna let my house burn down because of it, so we're just gonna not plug that back in. That's not great. If you're comfortable with games sailing high seas. Exactly! Hey, if I can't own it digitally, then it's not stealing if I get it through other means. Because obviously I can't own it. If they could take it away if the license isn't activated within 14 days of having internet, do I get my money back? Because there's never anything about being refunded, is there? They never mention that, oh, you bought this game for $60. Well, you didn't connect to the internet in 30 days, so we just took it back. Okay, where's my $60? Well, you bought the game. But you took my money. There's never any talk about refunds. You never notice that? They never mention about, oh, and there's gonna be a full refund process. You could just buy the game again. Like, yeah, maybe you bought it on sale, maybe you bought DLC. Oh, well, that was rescinded, but here's your money back. Straight to your account, at least. Right there. No. There's never any talk about you getting your money back. It's always about what you get taken away from you. Never the fair trade of, well, we took it, here's your money that you spent. Because now you don't have, you paid for the license, yes. You paid for access to that license. If they revoke access, where's your money back? Because now the contract is null and void, you should get your money back. If they revoke access and you don't get rid of access, then you should be able to get your money back. And I don't think there should be, well, it's in our TOS that you don't get your, no, that can't happen. I am paying for this access. You unilaterally decide I don't deserve access anymore, therefore I get my money back. You can't unilaterally decide that. I'm sorry, you can't. They brought 500 million in stocks at Roskar, parent company, and so now they're trying to get it for 80 because they want more profit because of how much they expect it to sell. Remember the government trying to punish people who manipulated stocks in the GameStop thing COVID time, but now bank is trying to manipulate the stocks for Rockstar for its own profit. And the thing is, I know people will buy it. That's the problem. The only way to make significant change is to not fall for these tactics. I don't care if GTA's $80. Don't buy it. If it's too much, you have to wait. The price will eventually come down. Right now, you could buy GTA 5, PS5, it's like 20 bucks. It's like $20. But you want people to drop 80? Maybe 50. It's still, it would make more money if it sold more copies at a lower price. You're either trying to get the high margin, you can't get high margin, high sale. You can get high margin, low sale, or low margin, high sale. Right. Like, okay, if it was priced at like $59.99, $60, it would fly off the shelves. Wanting 80 plus tax, crazy work. Actually crazy work. Oh hey, that's the photo I snatched. You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? I take it snatch is your new favorite word? Maybe. Okay. The victim is also carrying a revolver. Looks like he was trying to use it. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. I know the signs of the weapon haven't been used. I still don't think it's releasing this year. They have to milk the most anticipated Game Awards more. Yeah, I think they're scared to release it. Because they know it's almost like dropping a nuclear bomb on the industry. There's so many companies that have been waiting so long for it to drop to announce other information. Everyone's waiting around this Nexus Cycle clone of GTA 6. It's in such a Schrodinger's perpetuity. It needs to release for the markets to kind of like even out and steady, but it can't release because the waves it's going to create because of releasing are too much. There's so much speculation, there's too much anticipation, too much hype. It's just built into a whirlwind where it almost like needs to fizzle out and can't release because it's just done too much damage with the anticipation alone. And now look at Bank of America. It's getting kind of ridiculous. And they already delayed it because like, oh, we're gonna take a year and make sure all the bugs are hammered out. Every single one. Wasn't that the previous 13 years? Weren't you making sure the bugs were hammered out then? What are you doing? And I guess they couldn't have known that Red Dead 2 would explode like it did. Like, everyone already liked GTA, especially the GTA Online, but then the addition of Red Dead exploding did not help GTA. Let's see, yeah, it sure was. There's always issue with the same model gun. GTA has been releasing trailers for 3 years now, but there still hasn't been a single moment of gameplay revealed. That's true. I think people are going to be disappointed. Because I think it will not be able to live up to the hype that people think in their own heads it's going to be. It's an active Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhang Fa. He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started, which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll get posthumously promoted. Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all and to end up with your foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. Yeah, I mean, he was already the leader. You can't get much higher than the leader. Let's check out the bullet hole. Bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. Oh, then where'd the bullet go? He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something. The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. The next was been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too little too late. There are 2 large rectangles cutting up on the floor here. I can see hinges through the gaps. It's an emergency entrance disguised as emergency exits. All the president would need to do is lower his rope ladder and make his miraculous escape, which would make it an exit, not an entrance. So which is it? It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance. But it's an exit, yeah, I think. Congratulations, you even confused yourself. That's quite the achievement. Okay, I think that's everything there. Personally, the gameplay-wise, I think GTA looks a lot like RDR2, but story-wise, yeah, I don't have any hopes. Again, I think it's too highly anticipated. People are going to have a hard time when it doesn't live up to their expectations, because I don't even think people know what they're... Like, okay, I don't look into this very much because I just don't really care about GTA in that way, but I never see anyone speculating about what the plot could be or what their hopes for the game are or anything like that. They're just, it's like the hype, like, oh, GTA is gonna be so good, it's gonna be so awesome, it's gonna be so realistic. What does that mean? I never see anyone kind of like detail what they think is going to happen with this game. So because those explanations are so ephemeral, so untouchable, untangible, especially because again, we have no gameplay, so it's hard to really articulate what people are anticipating here. All those emotions, all those feelings are going to spiral because nothing could ever live up to the general hope of what you can think of in your brain, which is anything. See, a lot of times the guy protagonist is an undercover cop or something and he gets dragged into crime because of the female protagonist. I mean, I guess theoretically that could be the reverse too. I mean, again, I've only seen the one trailer. No one knows anything. But see, they're already setting themselves up for like a weird dynamic. What do they want to happen with that? Interesting. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, obviously this. This looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yes, protected from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Final Fantasy Gacha game just added 2 more characters. Oh, really now? Who do they add to the gacha game? And is it a bunch of, like, it's 2 characters, but don't the characters have different outfits? Clive and Riku? Okay, Riku's an interesting choice. Like, yeah, she's pretty interesting, and she's definitely in the second game, so I think she's kind of popular. But I wouldn't anticipate her being that popular. Let's see, oh, so that's what one of those looks like? Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly. Documents of some kind. We could always steal a glance. Ooh. Another security plan. There was from earlier, from March 19th. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can. Precisely. But wait, something feels off. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. The president's safety is paramount. Spectators' area should be covered at all times. The fact that Rook and Knight were switched. There, obvious contradiction. No. Okay, it's not the date. Or maybe it's the fact that there's more security?
Eureka!
The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right. And again, way less people. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. Having 3 protagonists in GTA 5 kind of got tedious with constantly switching. I much prefer a fleshed out main character. 2 is fine. I think 2 works really well, especially if the 2 interweave pretty solidly. Kind of like, oh gosh, kind of like Resident Evil 0 with, Billy and Rebecca. Like, yeah, technically you were the same character because they were together most of the time, but it interweaved enough. And then, Alan Wake, of course, switching between Saga and Alan. You know, that kind of, like, interweaving thing is really solid. I think 3 is a bit too much, just because it's harder to tell, like, a story that way than just having 2 main protagonists you follow through. And I don't think that the protagonist narrative in GTA 5 were that intermixed, right? Like, they had moments, but they weren't woven like Clive and Alan and Saga's were. So you Riku and Clive in their outfits from the gacha. Let's see. Okay, Riku's is cute. Clive's is really boring. Riku, adorable. Absolutely adorable. Why did they do Clive that way? That's so weird. Like, why? I mean, again, that's cute. Super, super cute. Super adorable. We love to see it. Right? The cute little neck, all of it. What's this? It's just so basic. It's so boring. They couldn't have done anything else for him? Really? Why? That's so weird. So Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. Oh! If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend there wound up with a serious twisted arm. Rook took a bullet in it for good measure too. And where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered, were you not? Oh, weakling. Oh, that's embarrassing. Shut up, kid. Ah, now I get it. Your neck was barely going to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed. You! He's found in a cage, Riku Robin style. Yeah, it's just boring. That's what it is. Honestly, that's kind of Clive's whole thing, is just being kind of safe and boring as a protagonist. He really doesn't do much. Like, yeah, he's going through the motions, and he's crying about it, but I don't know, he's just kind of boring. Do you remember Game Informers? Yes, I used to get them with my GameStop rewards. You know, you pay like $15 a year, you get like $5 off a month, and you get the book, and it was kind of fun having it. It was kind of nice. Sad that that's all dead and gone now. Unfortunate. Let's see, busted up my neck so bad I couldn't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have had sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft, unlike a certain other someone I could mention. Ugh. I'm just as good as he ever was. You are a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name? You admired his skill as a bodyguard? Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives, but his in particular stayed with me. I joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection that he was talking about. And that's why he changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassinations in the ranks. Or assassins in the ranks. President didn't want anyone on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts 2 people. Me and Rook. Security plan data updated to organizer. Sick. How does it explain your change of position? Because he couldn't look to the right? Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Okay, if you can't turn your neck to the right... That means he couldn't look at the president, but he could look to the left. So he didn't see what happened on the right of him then. So Square Enix had a post into the 2019 Game Informer that they were working on Final Fantasy X-3, but nothing would happen with that until they finished 7 Remix. Well, last part of 7 Remix is supposed to be dropping this year. Do we really need a 10-3 sort of situation? Where's my 13 remaster? My 13 trilogy remaster. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for. Curious favorite curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. And look, there's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking of anything, I swear. I read the lever opens the panel beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing at a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. These personal safety alarms are very colorful, so they get a lot of use as well. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too. Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor, is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why you ask? Because he is human and therefore possesses only 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't mean I have to count the number of objections I have without objection. Okay, let's see what else we got. See if we can logic our way through something. We really don't, because 10-2 ended with the final battle being about Yuna being tired of battles that required sacrifices. Exactly! I mean, the ending of 10-2 was fine. That's totally perfect. You know, we don't need anything else. We really don't. Yuna and Titus ride off into the sunset. Lulu and Waka have their kid. Kamari grew into himself as a leader. What? Would it be about Riku? Oran's dead. Would it be about Riku being Albed? Would it be an entire Albed plot? That's the only thing I can think of. The only, like, loose end, quote unquote. And that's not really a loose end, because Riku just kind of is there. She's hanging out. Okay. Bullet passed through the victim. Where did it go? Found the trash can. There's a lot. Let's see. Found in the trash can. Not easy to acquire in this country. President was targeted during the speech. A premeditated attack. Oops. Could it be the 6-shooter revolver? No. Let's try the bulletproof vest. Rook's gun. 6-shooter revolver on loan from Zhang Fa has not been fired. Found in the trash can. Not easy to acquire in this country. Huh. Maybe the gun and Rook's gun? Hey! 2 guns are exactly the same, except one has a laser sight. I mean, it's likely the one we found is also from Zhang Fa. The bodyguards all got their guns from Zhang Fa authorities, right? We love to see a connection. Yes. Are they, like, super rare or something? No, I don't believe so. And this is so funny that this takes place in America, and he's talking about how rare and hard guns are to get. Like, dog, anywhere else, maybe. America? Truly? They really didn't do that much I guess it's like an alternate universe America, because there's no way this is our America. Could not be. See, boo. And here I thought there might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Whoa, I just mentioned treasure and you actually responded for once. I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them, which would have made them treasures of a evidence variety, I suppose. Huh, see? Everything's treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation. You certainly seemed a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Okay. See, bulletproof vest found on the desk. Has a bullet lodged in it. Is it the president's? Go through the body. Is this the connection? Where did the bullet go? Is that the bullet? 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible? How indeed? The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. Is that so? After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life had been found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. No way! He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way, but the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff. He probably has a lot of bruising at the very least. Sounds like he doesn't need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. Mona? I see you, Mona. Be good. Don't touch my wires. I want the bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sword. You can tell it all from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away! It might be easier said than done. The bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. We'd be lucky if there are anything left for the forensics to find. What? I guess they can at least check caliber, right? They can make sure it's the same caliber of bullets. That's something. But I was all set for some analyzing. See, that's quite enough investigating for now. Ugh. What's taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? And perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean the most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the president. Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Shelley the killer is going to escape through the hatch, isn't he? Through the trap door, that's how he gets away. Well, Mr. President? Oh. In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Ugh. Okay, I guess the bodyguard has to die. Well then, if nothing else, we know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, detective. Where the blazes are you? Eek! The lights! What's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. Seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all, even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Eek! Okay, you'll get away with this, killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth! Where are you? Where did you go? Ugh. What is happening? Oh god, that's so cool. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Worth. Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe? Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh, look, he took the boat and the oar, too. I must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay. Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? No, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and she told us she'd flown the coop. You're too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? I've called everybody back at the back in to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No! So he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to the murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Is it the calling card? I knew it'd be the calling card. A calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess you want to leave a message. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. But you're not dead, sir. But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. I'll clear it here, sir. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now? He's so swole. No, I think that is him. Okay, never. I thought it might be a body double. I think that's him. Let's see. So he's the president of Zhangfa, Mr. D. Jun Wang. D. Jun Wang feels right, but I don't know if that's a joke or not. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Yes. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am D. Jun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhangfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Yadagarasu case. Thank you, sir. We're going to solve a few local cases of murder. You're too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You're an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. It's very kind of you to say, so he was watching through his security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has praised me of the state of affairs, so I'm close to 13. The last time you said it was at 75k, I believe, so 25k left. How close are you now? And it'll be interesting to see when it lands, because that means I'll be able to see when I want to put 13-2, 79k. Yeah, okay, 21k, very close. Very close. That's nice. See, that disappeared the state of affairs. Because then I got, yeah, guys, that means I have to download the games onto my PlayStation 3. I think that's what I want to play them on. Only because trying to do it on Xbox will be really annoying. Especially since it's 3 discs instead of just 1. And I haven't heard of any issues playing it on a PlayStation like I had with, like, Fallout. I just hope that means Metal Gear's also gonna work. So even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case. At this rate, I'm gonna have it by the time I finish RE9. It might even be a little bit before the start of RE9. It depends. Because I know Ghost of Yotai, I think, is about the same length as Ghost of Tsushima. Let's see. Really quick. Let's see. What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. Well, a lot of people talk to him. Exactly like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Ghost of Yotai... Let's see. Detective! Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. 30 hours, 45 plus extra. So yeah, a little, about the same length. I think Ghost of Tsushima took me about 50-ish hours. So, and that was with a lot of extras. Main plot 30, extras 45. Yeah, about 50 hours, roughly. I fail to see how or why this case falls in Zhangfa's jurisdiction. Well, active in the chat during Yotai. I wasn't very active during Tsushima. Points are just low in that. That makes sense, that makes sense. And I think you would be a lot more active in Resident Evil 9, just because, of course, Leon Kennedy brings that out of all of us. So I could see it then. So you fail to see enough. Puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no, 1,000 times no. I will not express all to you. Basically, all I saw was Tsushima was the worst. And that's so late in the game, too. That's such a depressing section, because that's also right after Taka dies to, the Mongol leader that's there, the Khan. That one was hard. That was almost as bad as the horse, because Taka just wanted to help. I mean, the sister, what was it, Asuna? I think, no, it wasn't Asuna, Asura. The sister was just trying to protect him, and technically, I guess we did get him killed. Like, it felt like it was our fault. The horse was just a tragic victim in all this, but Taka felt like our fault too. Horribly. You know, hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourself from this plane. I do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. Ugh. This cannot really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now you may leave. Knights, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery? The villainy? I didn't murder anybody! Cause I... Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and inequity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. He's yapping too much. And we now will never know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do. Oh, it's the all is lost moments. Brawler's so good. I really think stuff like, you would probably really like, Zero if you really gave it a shot. The combat in Zero is really solid, especially since you could switch between so much stuff. There's like 6 different combat modes as they learn their true modes. The Mad Dog mode and the Dragon mode. So you have technically 8 different combat styles that you can mess around with in Yakuza 0. And you can find a bunch of different trainers and stuff to get extra moves out of them too. It's great. See, think, Miles, remember, how many times do we face situations like this in the courtroom? Because of him. You confront the lies of witnesses and counter the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And you always got the truth out of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Oh. Okay, now let us analyze the state of play. You got a knight and, what is that, a bishop? But go on, puny prosecutor! Or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for the opening. As he himself said, he's the head of state. A seasoned politician, he won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into the submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his moves and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he's insisting on Jane Fogg taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambits. This is my first real one. Okay. Explain to me why I'm off the case? Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case? Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. I need no explanation, need not explain myself to you. My reasonings are my own, and there are none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. I'll try another tack for now. So who's taking over the case? Did I give you permission to speak no 1,000 times? No! I'm the leader of Zhang Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You said that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force? I do. Wait. Wait. Do they mean the detective? My detective friend? With his wolf pack? Oh. See, now enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhangfa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Just time to employ my clue. Are they related to our current location? In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. Okay, not enough. You smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhangfa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of the extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Shit, dude. I hate that word. Why are the 2 missions that we've done ending and starting these games about extraterritoriality? Holy shit. So enough. Cease your objectionable whining. You have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of this. Oh, dang it. Okay. Okay, so I'm off the case. Maybe we try twice? Are things getting too hot for- Ooh, okay. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. We got one. Hey, he's not the dictator. He's not the general guy. The general guy was way worse. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true. Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And? Why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim on the plane is in sovereign territory, shall we? But the plane would be, not the podium outside the plane. That'd be our nation, and the crime happened here. See, this next will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. So you believe the extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you understand what you're asking? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of one such as myself? You need to worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. Maybe Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime? Your chivalry is an admiral, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhang Fa. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue. Let's see. You overplayed your hand. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asked you for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. Guess I've realized by now what a massive court you talk yourself into. Okay, no. That was weak. Try biding time. Let's see, you dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. Only the extraterritoriality applies here. How can you prove that? Okay. You're the one that should be ashamed? No. I have nothing to be ashamed of? No, that's wrong. Just fight. There's nothing else. Oh, changes nothing. See, time. Okay, now it's time to deploy the clue. She fired at you from outside the plane. Is that enough? That's not gonna be enough. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane to doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and to the detriment of Miss Lloyd, that cannot be justified. Oh, that was enough. How could I have? Bested by a mere prosecutor. But I am the president! The president! No one ever said presidents have to be smart. Checkmate. At least not smarter than a prosecutor in this case, and not our prosecutor. Mine chess. That's so dramatic. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. One, I'm so tired of dealing with, like, presidents and politic people in this game. That was a lot with the end of the last game and then some of the other games. I want to get in something meatier, right? I want to get something a lot meatier. Something more dastardly, even. That corruption stuff, that's gonna be fun. So I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, by which... Oh, okay. There can be no other outcome. Oh, it's just people of Zhang Fa, I swear to you here and now. This investigation will continue. All of them just said, okay, you got me. Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence, take it. See, we did it, Mr. Edgeworth. We sure did, and now the investigation can continue. Whatever! Enjoy your pack full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. You'll definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President! One more favor, if you'd be so kind. What is it? Mona! Mona! You leave that wire alone, Mona. I see you. You gotta stop. Would you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Mona! She's messing with my camera wire. You gotta stop. Mona. You gotta stop. See, whoa, that's your next move? You want the president to testify? You'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He'll get his day in court as soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate with the investigation stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. That's... What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen, and listen well. I was working for Shelly to kill her to sabotage her stream. She might be. And then she's like laying on her back. Oh, I'm so cute. I'm so Mona. I would never. Rat. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, embellished balloon of red exploded nearby. No one hesitated in an instant. My bodyguards tried to escort me back to safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. I guess if you look at it one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of the crime try to obstruct the investigation? Like I said, there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public. A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye. And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. President White's testimony.
Hold it!
Start with the first shot. About the red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. The same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume? Rook and Knight left in my aid just before the balloon exploded.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you to the plane? Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases, less than okay capture on camera, and immediately moved to help me back on the aircraft. And then the second shot.
Hold it!
You know where that second bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary, or do you really think such needling questions are necessary? Whoa, what's he so upset about? Unless you insist on going over the same details again and again, even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went.
Hold it!
If I may ask, what was the victim like at the moment? He was a man amongst men, a real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back into the presidential plane. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes, he offered his noble protection and I gladly accepted. All was as it should be. That sounds so nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he's always the first to make his escape? He's the president, detective. It's basically his job description to do so. Nothing he's saying seems too off base. Guys, the victim's here. Wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? Guess we gotta assume he's telling me no. One of the things he said is clearly wrong. Getting back to the scene of the crime. Huh? Did you miss something? Could it be... I want to say this somehow. The scene of him getting shot. Or maybe the balloon. He sounds like he has too much knowledge about the balloon. Where was the Steel Samurai in all this? Was there no red balloon? Was it only the Steel Samurai? Let's see. On the stage, suddenly Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Okay. Oh! A plain, unblemished balloon. I think that's where it is, because we know it's not a plain, unblemished balloon. It was the Steel Samurai. That was the first thing we noticed.
Objection!
Hey! We got him. There's nothing unblemished about my boy, the Steel Samurai. Will Powers, anyone? You say it was a plain red balloon that burst. But I strongly beg to differ. Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? No! Who is that? Oh, Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you'd recognize him, especially if you were hoping to integrate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing. Oh, get all this Jammin' Ninja propaganda out of here. So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. I'm right! I'm so right! It's a body double! It's so a body double! Because the body double would know! It's the little hairs. It's the little hairs. He never left the plane. This man never left the plane. I know it. And they were here, and there they are right in the security plan. They look plain, pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President, it seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incidents to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it to an emergency replacement? Yeah, one of those stall holders happened to have it. What I heard, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. Yeah, I'm sure he was. A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Oh yeah, I think we know who that is. And they filled just the bottom part of it here to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. Oh! So while it was Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. So that's the long and short of it? Knights? Why was I not informed of this? Oh, interesting. Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue. Why were they drowning my poor man Steel Samurai? Indeed, you saw it and knew no difference, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Never mind. Hey, my bad. Could he really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course. I'm still thinking body double. What's the outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. Flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. That's... Bro, as if! He's such a liar! The way it got shot, he would have had a clear view of the balloon. No? Yes, those 2 flags. They're blowing back toward me. And there would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags to just such a fashion. Wait. Oh, they were quick and clever. The flags aren't in the photos, so we can't verify that. Oh, that's unfortunate. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony was revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived at the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident? I mean, so that means the person was on the right? I guess it could still work if the person was on the right. Earlier we deduced that the bullet was struck the Steel Samurai balloon, and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduce the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But the flags are blowing and the president describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way, the flags are pointed in the other direction. Exactly, our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one that fired the shot? I mean, it's gotta be Rook, right?
Take that!
Person who fired that shot was other than you, Mr. Knight. Whoa, what? Half the balloon back to the flag leads directly to the spot where you're standing. You know what I said, too, at the start of this? The only way the flag could have got a burn mark from the bullet hole was if someone was within about 6 feet. 6 feet! You have to be close. It's point-blank range. And, you know, over that little ditch of water, I don't know if you can get 6 feet with that. You'd have to be really close, and they'd have to be holding it out. But someone else on the platform shooting the bullet might have been able to make that shot with the burn. Oh, he got him! Bullet trajectory data updated. But the guy is one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edward, we put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces on the board to protect the king. I don't know. Shelly the Killer doesn't like to leave people alive. I'm surprised this guy survived an encounter with Shelly the Killer. Right? I mean, he just got a neck injury, and then Shelly didn't kill this guy later? Interesting. We'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during the crucial moments. First shot was fired around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps I can show us what was happening with the flag then, too. Wow, this really doesn't show shit. Is there anything else we have? Oh, is it that? Wait. It's gotta be this one. And you know what's also interesting? Look, I never noticed that. Look at Knight's hand placement. Look at him holding the case and look at his gun. Look at that. He's protected. All right, we got it. While we're on the presidential plane, and we're trying to prove that Knight did a shot that took out the Steel Samurai and made a hole in a flag here. So okay so far.
Take that!
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There, we have it, proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. That means our pal over there did shoot the balloon, making him the assassin? Mr. Knight is not the assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. That alone changes everything about the case. Can we connect these two, maybe? Knight's assigned position change, because he couldn't turn his neck to the right, but he could to the left. I told him I couldn't turn my neck to the right, could only cover the president's left side, so I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? So he wanted to take out this balloon for a reason. Maybe that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday after the Shelley the killer attacked. So maybe it's all coming into play here. President's orders. That's right, the president was the one who ordered the change. It's a staged event! It's a staged event. It's staged. It's so staged. It's so staged. If I'm remembering things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have acknowledged he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Conspicuous. Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And why did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to the vest? These are the questions the Knight and the president don't want us to discuss. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. What? Huh? Idiot! Do you understand what you're saying? Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take the investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plan to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It's some of the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. First shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. Sound of the gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression the president had been hit. Then what's the deal with the one in the vest? It's a fake! I'm willing to bet the bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. Planted. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true! I was shot, I tell you! There'd be bruising! Like, maybe he wouldn't break bones, but there'd be a lot of bruising. A lot of bruising. You would break capillaries, it hurts. It's like being hit very hard. Not that I've ever been hit by a bullet, but there would be bruising. Let's see, and it's not even that far. So we'll be able to verify that once for ourselves when we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? Ooh. But you said so yourself. You found the shooter in the photograph, the person with the red hood. I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to the only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then where does Tabby fit in all this? She is simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassination. Had a suspicious person with a red hood. I yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say that with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I thought her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. Oh, that's right. Then I was tasked with turning your jacket inside out on the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then when the gun and security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. Then the case would have gone cold. Exactly what our friends were hoping for. It makes sense now that they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president. I called it as a staged event. I called it a stage! Ugh. Ah! No, presidential mask as well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? Oh, if that stupid chief prosecutor had insisted on assigning you. Oh, how could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight! Sorry, but I speak with the president right now. Mona! Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight protecting my king. Someone played MGS and then they made this character. I will not hear any objections. Go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't, would he? No, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did I use to hide his actions from the crowd?
Take that!
My attaché case? Yes. Take a look at Kay's photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. In such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? The theories are all you have. Conjecture, nothing more. Flood was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attaché case. We changed the theory plans because I couldn't turn my head. All just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. You at least had the bullet that burst the balloon. You might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensic to see if it matched my gun. But no, the bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gotta go dredge it up. I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe you know. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. Miss Lloyd? Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd! I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be forever lost. You're a journalist, after all. Are you nuts? Dang it! I can't stay quiet about this! Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? Think carefully before you open that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging my scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before. What is it? It's the laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I've done. I never shot nobody. You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal, you go down as an accomplice. It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Jen Claw's embassy, Stefano's story, like I told you. That was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue and just starts talking. Help me out and you'll get your exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. What about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about. I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that their pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry. Truly I am. She is a special level of stupid, and she thought pointing a laser pointer at a presidential figure was ever going to work out in her favor. A special brand of stupid. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I can testify to that effect when this goes to trial. I ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. And what's wrong with you people? They don't even know what's good for you. My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from the case, as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet. It's just awful! So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination ploy, we'll have you convicted for murder? Or something like that? Of all the dirty... I said no such thing! You look so sad. President Wang? Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt. I do. I'm sorry. But why? Why just think that? My popularity has been on a wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt at my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies, all of it. It's a very interesting case to start off on here. It was all stopped out, right? And the bull in the vest? It was planned ahead of time. It wasn't hit by anything today. For babies! Woo! Everyone's coming out of the- everyone's gotta crawl out of their little caves to come get a treat. Okay, here, Mr. Kitty. Is this what you like? Is this what you want, Mr. Kitty? Aw, he's so tender. He's a good boy. He's so sweet. Oh, I'm sorry, I dropped that on you, Mr. Kitty. I'm sorry. Okay, puppy, come here, Genie. Oh, and of course, a little Miss Mona May. Mona, you want to sniff, Mona? Okay, here you go, Mona. A nice little pile for you, and a nice little bit for Janie. Medley, come here. Oh, of course, anything for her treats. Medley, your tongue is too wide and flat. You can get so many treats. You can lick them all up real quick, like. She's so fast. They're so sweet. They're so good. You're so good. Right? Is that for good puppies? Okay, here you go, Medley. There you go. Mona didn't want hers, but that's okay. I'm sure Mr. Feathers will find it. Okay. Come here. 1, 2, 3. No. No. We're done. We're not doing it today. Shh. No. It's okay. We're not doing it today. It's okay. Medley, come here. Come on. It's okay. She's not gonna bother you. You're almost done with case 1. Exciting! It's so exciting. This one's, again, such a very interesting one to start off with. I feel like this has been a little bit too real in light of, recent events. That, this game just starts off with a presidential assassination theme. I'm very excited to see Judge Batty and, kind of get all this stuff put away. I'm just tired of dealing with Shang Fa, right? Like, they've had so many problems, I don't want to hear about it. But then, what was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow, and then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red coat, I suppose. He happened to get in close enough to, as the fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. Oh, and what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? The whole thing was fake. How did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true, and therein lies the real question. See, I think that was Knight, because he wanted to be the leader, he wanted to be in charge, so he took out him as like, oh, well, that actually was the president's bullet. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Shang Fa, but he was someone I could fully trust. And Knight's so pissed about that, too. See, Jaina, it's okay. You gotta just relax. Oh, there's so much stuff in the way, and Jaina can't get through. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Janie. Yeah, see, there you go. There's a spot for Janie. Oh, yeah, you just hide behind Pikachu. That's very good. See, Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow. Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, sir. I believe that's for me to say, detective, not you. Medley, come here! Medley, come here, it's okay. Come on, Medley, you're big and strong, you got it. Come here. Medley, Medley! No, okay, she doesn't want it, never mind. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused, and you would have done well to listen to him. Oh, this is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. What was so great about him anyway? See, he's so bitter. What's gotten into him? He was just in a piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While this pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most? I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now, see? That's what you wanted that title. That's all that matters. And now that that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? Why? My plan this time was perfect. As they always are, and as they always will be. And that's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you, and that buffoon Rook. How exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me, and I wouldn't have had to let you onto this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine, this guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the president? Wait! I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Oh, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. But it wasn't a killer because he respected Rook. He would never do that. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through the balloon. And the second one? That wasn't me. Oh, really? And who did fire it? The real assassin, but not the killer. They told us to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece quietly cowering in the corner. Our lily white queen over there. What? Miss Lloyd? Again with this? I'm not your danged assassin. But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun is in the trash can. It can only belong to you. The Knight's Gambit. As soon as I shot the balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back to the plane. I left Rook there in the room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off the stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The Knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe, I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, for this is where our battle really begins. Let's see. Okay, well, we don't have any evidence to the contrary on this statement. I left Rook here in the room while I secure the president in the safe room.
Hold it!
Press on this. Why do that? You and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real. But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging on this plane sipping grape juice like it didn't have a care in the world. And what was the victim doing during this time? Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway. I came back out. Rook was lying on the ground.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, in the middle of the floor. The door on the outside was shut, though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. Thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but it isn't here now to save your good name. I'd call that dereliction of duty. What else would you call it? Think I've offended someone? Oh no. In what way? And so quickly, too! It's an honorable try, which is more than they would give, I'd say. Sorry, that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah, opening them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering position and used them to shield the president. So the bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in the defense shield. Do you really believe Miss Lloyd is to be that skilled of a marksperson? No, she was aiming for the president, which makes her a lousy shot. So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook took a hit. And the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché case and through the gap in his vest? Seems crazy to me too. The facts are the facts. A shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye and the proof is in your hands.
Hold it!
So the second shot had nothing to do with you. Right. That one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop she'd have back if she had hit its mark. I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them. Yeah, a journalist who signed up to be a fake assassination plan in the hopes of getting a story. That's not... Look, I'll admit it. I set the whole thing up. And your role was to aim that laser pointer at the president. It's not my fault that it wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows, maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. So, Mr. Knight's suggesting that he first fired one shot, and then Miss Lloyd fired one more. Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have gotten one from, but hey. His entire testimony is pure conjecture. He can't prove any of it. You're right. Let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence. I think I know what evidence they want. He's saying a single bullet. This one had 2 bullets spent, meaning it was premeditated that he'd shoot again. Been arguing Twitter and trying to tell people he got loads of people that like him. I wasn't discussing at all, but I saw the post and wanted to jump in. I posted a photo of his profile and said, your account is 4 months old, and you had over 2,000 posts in that time. And you've got a whole 9 followers, not even the auto-follow bots want anything to do with you. And now he's going through all my posts trying to throw a fit on each one. See, I don't use Twitter, but I do appreciate some of the things that come out of Twitter, because my goodness, 2,000 posts in 4 months. Wait, so you can tell me what that is. You who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Okay. I'm gonna go find my calculator. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, while that you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. So 4 months is about 30 days a month average. So 4 times 30, 120. Okay, okay. 2,000 divided by 120 days. I think that's right. That'd be right. Is 16.6 posts per day. 16.6 posts per day. My guy, get off the internet. I beg of you, please. While your proposals would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself had also been fired twice. My account is 10 years old, and every time I've gone live on Twitch, auto post a stream on my Twitter, and I have 530 posts in total. Yeah, it's not pretty, is it? It's really not pretty. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun different from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Didn't they fake the evidence? Of course they did, Jaina. Of course they faked the evidence. Yes, if you think about it, the reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. In order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. Medley! Medley, come here! Medley, come here! Come on, you're big. Oh, good girl, come here! Medley! Don't sniff out the kibble, Medley. She sniffed out the kibble. I get it, so that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, not precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon, which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Nice work, Edward. That's some high-grade sleuthing. Why didn't you get to the point? You come this far, spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was...
Take that!
Come here, Medley! Come here! You, Mr. Knight, you're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Ooh, finally got the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of the fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim in the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook alone together. Come on, Medley. Come on. You're big and strong. You could do it. Come on, baby girl. You're so sweet and pretty. And that was when the 3rd bullet was fired right into your colleague's body. Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a 3rd one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works? We're on the plane. Airplane cameras are incredibly soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from outside. Not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, come here. I didn't hear anything. But can you observe this room through your security feed, can you not? Cameras in the room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on whenever I enter the safe room. And that's why you did this time too, right? The angle, that's where the bullet is. That's where we figured it out. Well, that's what's gotten into him. Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, Mr. President Wang. Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. There's a slightest hint of that awful noise, and oh, it's just too much for me. Come here. Medley, come. Okay. She didn't want that spot. She wants this spot. Can I help you, Angel? What do you want? Where do you want to be? directly in my lap. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just, oh. Okay. Do you ever watch a lot of them? Yes. Not as much the modern stuff, but yes, I've watched a lot of epic rap battles of history. See, oof, that's even sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. What they need to do. Have Edgeworth versus Phoenix? I don't think they did Phoenix, but Edgeworth versus Phoenix would be really intense. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. Reddit community versus Twitter community? I don't think they'd be allowed to post that. It'd be too toxic. And what's more, because you know the Instagram community would drop in from above, right? They would drop in and the whole thing would just have to be censored. Because most of Instagram communities, from the comments that I see, is just absolute sludge water. Completely. It'd be too many slurs, truly. You knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. I mean, we're talking Xbox 360 levels in COD back in, like, 2008. Like, it was just illegal shit. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight into Mr. Rook. Knight? How could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl up there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know that there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from the gun yesterday or the day before. Then today another bullet, the bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe. But can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? Must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabbies. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should never have done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Nah, that ain't me. I ain't a murderer's bone in my body. Conclusive proof. All I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. If you had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. We know where it is. We got it. It's done. It's over. No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending this little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is... right here? Oh. I know where it is. Okay, so it's not in my possession, but I know where it is. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over. However, it is here in this room. What? Is he stupid? Oh, you know what the post was about that they were arguing about in the first place? I mean, it's Twitter. It could literally be anything, and a lot of it's probably really, really distasteful. Okay, there's reasons I don't really go onto Twitter much. There you go. Shh. There you go. One kibble for a beautiful princess. There you go, Jaina. As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end up in its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as though it had been fired by a bullet. Which begs the question, where's the real bullets? I like it a twist. That's good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on, then. Don't keep us in suspense. The guy I was offended was telling people, don't play a game if you aren't going to use the meta build. If you aren't going to use the best setup, you're ruining the game for everyone you play with. Okay, no, you were right to clown on this fool. That is the worst possible take I think I've ever heard. That's the dumbest take I think I've ever heard. Especially, like, okay, meta builds are meta for a reason. Sneaky Archer is meta for a reason, but that's not the only way to play. Especially, you know what's more impressive is people who can do it with the weird builds. Oh, be so for real right now. Some people are too serious. They're so serious, it's so unserious. Like, dog, it's Pokemon. Relax. Relax. People pay for a check mark they think they have to say is important. Well, yeah, they have to make their $8 a month worth it, don't they? Wow, I spent $8 a month on a stupid little color on my profile. I gotta make it worth the money. Goodness.
Take that!
I mean, for real, dude, that's so dumb. There's something very clearly missing from this room. And what game are they talking about in general? Because who are they playing against? That it like, wouldn't it be better for them if the person they're playing against doesn't have a meta build, so that they can maybe win if the meta build's that superior? Goodness. As a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh. I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around the plane, inside and out. With the only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the craft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was this girl recently posted how attractive it was for a guy to play video games. I think I saw that one, where it was like this post about, oh my gosh, guys, you playing video games? Like, even if your girlfriend's kind of okay with it, she's still judging you for it. Like, dude. It's just so ignorant. That's all it is. It's so ignorant. One, there was a recent study that about 47% of people who play video games are women. So a lot more women are getting into the hobby. Hello. And it's like, dog, people have hobbies. Like, it's one thing if you're neglecting your surroundings to play video games. If you're not looking after your pets or your family or doing your laundry or showering, that's a problem. That's an obsession. But that could be with anything. That could be with alcohol. That could be with gambling. There are people who do it with other stuff that isn't just video games. And to, again, let people have hobbies. Let people have hobbies. It's totally cool. Oh no, Medley. And you know what's crazy too? When was the last time she actually even tried a video game that was like a real, actual, not just a Candy Crush on your phone kind of thing? And not to knock Candy Crush and people who like Candy Crush, but I mean, when was the last time she actually tried playing a video game outside of something that she would be like, oh, well, that's not really a video game kind of thing? Because you know a lot of these people have never even tried it. Well, I know I wouldn't like it because I just know I wouldn't like it. Well, no, you don't. I've tried a lot of things. I've tried, you know, knitting. I've tried, I think, crocheting. I've tried certain kinds of cooking or bake. You know, if I don't know if I like something, I try to try it out in a way that's accessible to me to see if I actually want to continue with that hobby. But you know they haven't done that. Or they've given a bad faith effort where they've tried, oh, I tried COD once and it's just for bullet. Well, okay, well, did you pick a game you would actually like? Sims, Animal Crossing, heck, action adventure RPG, Uncharted, anything? Ratchet and Clank? I mean, that's a weird example, but just outside something that you'd actually like. They're a waste of time. And you know there are people that say video games are a waste of time, but then they watch TV, or they watch TV while looking at their phone. Okay, what's different? If this was just a movie, right? If this is just a movie, how is this being a movie and me doing this a better use of my time than actively engaging with the piece of media I'm engaging with? I'm just saying, hey, I do that too. I'll be watching a movie I've seen before, like a scary movie or something. Maybe I'll check my phone a couple times so I know what's happening. But man, that's just me relaxing, and that's not my only hobby. There are people that will turn on Love Island, pick up their phone, watch that for 12 hours, but say me playing a video game is a waste of time. And that's crazy cognitive dissonance. Crazy work. And if that's what you want to do, that's great. But you can't, glass houses, right? Stones and glass houses. Let's see, there was a monitor that was in the space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. Maybe, are you a plushie? It appears there's someone's made attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go and why? The why is easy enough to answer because it was struck by a bullet. I really think the people who critique and knock video games should at least give them a good faith try before they critique and knock them. Because the stories in some of these games are so crazy good, and then the interactivity and having to use your brain to like either solve puzzles or do certain combat encounters is so much more meaningful to me because I'm doing it, I'm actively engaging. I mean, there's some movies or there's some shows where it's like you watch the whole thing and you can't really remember what happened, but these characters, I feel a lot more attached to them because I'm them or I'm interacting with them. I don't know, man. A lot of people go into art designer program because of video games. Exactly! And video games are such an interesting media to tell a story through because one, they can almost be as long as you need them to be. You don't have to fit time into like, oh, 24, 23-minute episodes. That's maybe what, like, 8 hours, give or take? Maybe 10 hours. So a 10-hour video game versus a 10-hour show. And then, like, the 10-hour video game might be an entire encapsulated experience that doesn't even feel like 10 hours. But a 10-hour show, it's like you just watch Friends for 10 hours. And, like, Friends is fine. And, you know, it's obviously pretty popular. But it's, at the end of the day, that's all it is. There's nothing more to it. There's nothing beyond it. And, I don't know, that's kind of short-sighted to think video games are a waste of time. Let's see, if we're to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere in this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the craft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir! Takes more time. 100 FF13 does have been watched the entirety of Friends. I'm not surprised, there's a lot going on in FF13. There's a lot of content in that game. And even the side quests aren't too sloggy. And the plot is forever. Oh my god, the plot is long. It goes through so much. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objections to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what has happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this. Rook this, Rook that. Do you even think about anybody else? Nobody, please. Think about not licking my leg. I beg of you. This has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet. Let's see if I put my hand in here. Just come on, come on, come on. Got it! And look at that blood. Isn't it so pretty? Well, would you look at that blood? This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. Oh, you're so pretty. Here, what if I put this under here? Okay, there you go, Medley. Come on. See, it's nice and cushioned for you. See, bloody bullet jotted down in my organizer. No, don't go after that. Just lay on it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. Single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator gun area, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pithy comeback? Detective, have forensic analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it. Alright, let's hear what the forensics has to say. Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood of the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. I don't like the shirt on the president where you can, it's like, it's so overflowing. Man, that thing was tight. That thing was so tight. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun, probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Last, the striations of the bullets are a match with the weapon. But that's because it's standard issue. What? But how could that be? No way. Oh, come on. There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. How? Well, isn't that something? Who's proof I was right? Because they're all standard issue. What's the matter? You don't think you had me back in the corner, did you? You know, that shouldn't matter. Guess you misread the board. Because the only one back in the corner here is you. Sneaky. Knight's counter. There's no denying it. Forensics prove that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in that spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on the stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook, she's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edward. Just remember 2 things. 1, where you found that gun. And 2, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. How did it come to this? Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it, is there? Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statement again. There must be something further we can deduce from them. Okay, let's do it, Mr. Edgeworth. I need to look over the evidence. So you found in the trash can on the left side of the spectator area 2 bullets spent, same model as the victims. Found inside a secret monitor. This seems to be the bullet that killed Rook. Bullet passed through his body. Bullet planted ahead of time. There's no denying it. The forensics prove the gun and the bullet are a match.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
Okay, I guess we can't really do anything with that one. So what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay? I was thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. What a little billy goat. Call it a great thief's intuition. Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... Someone who believes the evidence is everything in court. The irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be... I feel like the gun. If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. You handed over the evidence that you gathered and move yourselves from this plane. I do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Did he switch the scopes? And did he have ample opportunity? There's no doubt this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to... It would have to belong to Knight. It belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Because they're standard issue. If he just switches the gun, then of course they're gonna match. Well, that killed Rook was fired. Oh, okay, wait. What did that change, if anything? Switched for the one found on the spectator area. Bullet markings match those the bullet found in the incident. Wait, okay, wait. Can we look at it? Was looking at it change anything? Okay, no. Well, that killed Rook was fired from the gun that you found in the spectator. Who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me, I was up on stage. The hack killed Rook, she's the murderer, and you just proved it. Who pulled the trigger? Yes, who indeed? Still can't bring yourself to admit the truth, huh? I get it, I was in your shoes just a few minutes ago. Burned me up on the inside, you know? Made me really want to shoot something. Sorry, it's no laughing matter, I know. We both know who really did shoot someone, don't we?
Hold it!
Mr.
Objection!
Knight. No, you hold it. You were the one who proved this. Or are you saying that the forensics was wrong? Bullet had the victim's blood on it, which means it must have been the one that took his life. And it does seem to have been fired with the gun we found in the trash can. Don't you just love this? Your faith, Edward. What a picture! Of a man in dire straits, yes, well spotted, you. Let's just agree the facts are what they are and move on. The gun fired the fatal bullets. You think you win? You won? What did you win? Okay, it's gotta be one of these things. It's gotta be one of these things that has the switch bullet evidence. Or the switch gun evidence. Let's see. Which one we found? Okay, wait. This one says spectator. We'll go this one.
Objection!
Yes! I think I win too. Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings matched the weapon in question. It was yours all along! An intriguing move there, Edgeworth, and... You must have made the switch when I handed the evidence over. Well, I was basically trying to make the case for the remaining in the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun that we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow need find, let alone run forensics on a bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. It was more about an insurance policy, a just in case. Might as well cover all your bases, right? I'm flattered. But much as it pained me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? Knight's counterpart 2. Do I have proof that he made the switch? Let's see. I might. The gun is the same model as mine, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 separate bullets, just what we'd expect to see. What proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Ever except at the chessboard, that is. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it!
Is it a weird coincidence? A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the presidents. And the girl needs to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick up something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with the ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly, the perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail. Or don't you know what you're doing? Still a coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Okay, we'll use this.
Hold it!
Switched? Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Alright, well, that is... Don't get making accusation you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you? Don't bring up his father at Gordon Lake. Are you insane? The Sans facts are in my favor here. So the guy responded to my post on Twitter saying, you talk big, but I can beat you at any game. I said, having no life isn't an achievement. And seeing as your posts are of you losing at silver lobbies on CS, we know you are. Good damn! And so he responded, fuck you, I'm done. I can't deal with you. So I said, wow, Rich, kidding already. If you were good at games, you wouldn't be this easy to beat. And then he blocked me! Yeah, no, I definitely think you won. That was a very aggressive takedown, but again, his take was ass. If he's relying on meta builds, he's obviously not very good at the game in the first place. Because it's Pokemon, dude. You shouldn't really have to rely on meta builds to play the game. Like, okay, sure, meta builds are great, and yeah, would I use Incineroar? Hell yeah. But I love Incineroar. That's just a me preference. Let's see.
Hold it!
2 spent bullets. I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in that cylinder? This little girl here? Well, now. And he keeps firing, so who could say? Relying on meta, even in games like CS, and he's still losing silver, which, by the way, is the lowest. It's the lowest rank? Hey, I'm not saying I would be any better at CS. But, I mean, losing at the lowest rank, I at least played on hard when I played Battlefield 3. That was way more fun. You die a little bit faster, but things die a little bit faster. I don't know. It was a good balance. It was way more balanced on hard. My goodness. I lost a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads the gun every time he fires it? But if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, you have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. You didn't have the chance to put any gloves, though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all done, see? Used. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine? Huh? None. That's what.
Hold it!
Objection! Do I have proof? You clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. So we do have proof, right, Mr. Edwards? We won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we're given. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. You got the goods. It's now or never. How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns? We don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind. Because otherwise, the striations wouldn't line up like they do, right, sir? I guess carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence that brings up in testimony. And look at that, 2 spent bullets, just what we expect to see. Wouldn't we expect to see 3 bullets? That's the problem, right?
Objection!
No.
Objection!
Dang it, I was gonna say, no, it's 3. We'll pass through his body. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out from mine, huh? None, that's what? Okay, 2 shots were heard.
Objection!
I was thinking maybe the 2 shots on the sound. Because no, it should be 3. Although maybe not. It should just be 1. What proof do you have that I switched that original gun out from mine, huh? Okay, wait, let me read the evidence a bit more. According to the president's speech, 2 shots we heard. Switch for 1 found at the spectator arena. Bullet markings match those of the bullets fired in the incident. Okay, wait. There's 2 bullets sounded outside that were caught on tape. So 2 bullets were fired. But then 3 shots were fired in total. And one of the bullets from this came from here. This seems to be the bullet that killed Rook. Because we found it in the TV. But then how were 2 shots found on the tape and 1 found on the TV? Both passed into his body. And I met immense time in the games to begin with. I got lectured for not using the great sword and hammer in Monster Hunter World because they're the best weapons. You know, insect glaive and dual swords are way more fun. Yeah, that's really dumb. You should just play how you want to play. A great sword and hammer sound like they have a really big build-up and a really slow, like, hit rate, right? Like, really slow, because they're heavy weapons. Like, yeah, okay, maybe they'll do more damage, but I'm someone who likes to get a lot of hits in. I like dual blades. I like how fast they are. I like that you turn into a little blade. That's awesome. I like that way more than just repeated heavy hits. And yeah, maybe they have some cool, like charge of attacks, but I don't care about that. Exactly, and I don't like that. At some point, the damage does balance out, because I'm up there doing more hits versus people who have to sit there and charge up. Like, eventually it all balances out anyway. Relax. That's insane work. Also take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. Victim bled to death from a bullet shot into its bullet passed into the body. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what you'd expect to see. We can't look at his weapon. Fired the shot to pop the balloon. So we had to fire twice. He said he fired twice for bullet trajectory. I'm so lost. I feel crazy. I'm really trying to like parse this through. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine? None, that's what.
Objection!
I thought maybe it'd be the victim's gun. Let's see, what about the cylinders and the victim's gun?
Objection!
No, okay, that's not it either. It's something in the evidence. Found a security monitor, the bull seems to be the bull that killed Rook. Flattened bull was also planted ahead of time, it's irrelevant. My Pokemon is another one. Fuck the meta, there's like 1,000 Pokemon, I'll use what I want. Fuck being stuck using the same party of 6 all the time because it's the best. And right, that's very boring. One of the things I always try to do when I play Pokemon games is, use Pokemon from that game specifically and not rely on like, oh, well, I really like Eevee, but I've already used Eevee. I'm trying to find the new stuff. Like in, some of the newer Pokemons with like those Tetra builds. I like that little sushi guy. That seems really cute. What else? There's like that Grave Doom guy. I really want the Pomeranian in the new game, but I always try to use what the game offers and what the new Pokemon are because it's interesting to see what they're trying to showcase here. Medley! Come here! Hi, pretty! Oh, pretty princess. The gun is the same model as mine, sure, weird, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also take a look at the cylinder. Well, I guess, wouldn't it be 1? Because if he shot, and then she shot, wouldn't it just be the 1?
Objection!
How would I prove it would be just 1, though? Is that a thing? But that's not what we'd expect to see, right? This is guy's awesome, but Scarlet Violet makes him so dumb. Oh, they make him dumb? That's sad.
Objection!
Okay, I am definitely on the wrong track here. Let's see. I saved right before all this. Because, okay, let me lay this out. So he's insinuating that he shot to pop the balloon. And then Tabby Lloyd shot at the president. But that'd be 1 bullet, not 2. Why wouldn't she shoot twice? Huh. Probably by his own admission? But the trajectory didn't work. guess maybe that's not the right line of thinking they want me to go down. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun up for mine, huh? No, none, that's what? I'm not seeing a way I could prove that. Can you bolt directly? No, it's not that either. Okay, wait. I think I've pressed everything.
Hold it!
Coincidence, you say? You might need to keep pressing. Maybe there's not any evidence. Let's see. My revolver. So we have to pick up the casings.
Hold it!
Attached. Just keep pressing. You swapped it.
Hold it!
Press. You spent. And then he just keeps refilling it. See, and it gets quiet there. But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to stop the gun properly, you'd have to have maintained the right number of bullets per gun. You didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and re-signed, didn't you? Game's all about done, see?
Objection!
But I already did that! It's gotta be something about fingerprinting. But it's not the gun. Maybe it's not the other bullets? But I'm not seeing any evidence that could lead me to that. Because technically the bullets would have... What proof?
Objection!
It's the... Okay, the gun. Sure. I got you. That they were swift. Okay. I have your proof right here. Thankfully, someone has the proof. That's your proof. I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. The ability is as one in Dondozo, and if Dondozo achieved the sushi, can't attack, but Dondozo gets +2 in every stat, which is huge. But that requires you to use both of them in a double battle, which wouldn't be a problem. But in this Scarlet Violet, there's only one double battle where you get to bring both guys. Other ones, an NPC fights with you, so they take the empty slot. Man, I don't want NPCs to fight with me. They can just fuck right off. I don't need their help. That's so irritating that I think they're helping me. Weird. But hey, I have it coming up at some point. I'll get to try it out for myself. I so want to just compare it to Digimon really bad. Just what's modern Pokemon? I think they know they have to go big with winning waves, with how lackluster Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet were. Even though they did sell, people were pissed. And they really should be spending like 80 mil on this. It's the next biggest mainline Pokemon, and people were mad. Once you do PvP, you can only use Tutsugari's ability once in the entire game. That's so dumb. And he's so cute, too. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead and make your move. What's about to come to play? The rook, the bishop, not a pawn, surely. Greetings, greetings! Here's the gun will provide takes the form of fingerprints. We're almost done with the first case in the second Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations game, which is amazing. Fingerprints, nail your fingerprints. Basically, this is just a prologue, so once we're done with this, everything after that is just pure raw build-up. See, my prints, of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be there? What I told you, there are prints on a part of the gun that shouldn't have touched at any point. What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There's a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence. You bring your game to its rightful conclusion. No, no! The bullets! Here, look closely at the cylinder, detective. 2 bullets fired, but where are the prints they're looking for, sir? On these bad boys. You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your description would have been easily detected, or deception would have been easily detected, because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There are 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? We only fired 2 bullets from the stage onto the balloon. We fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And for each one, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Sir, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? What did you mention in your reports? Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. That's where we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And taking his life, you are the true assassin. We got him. We got him lock, stock, and barrel, baby! I didn't! Medley! Checkmates. He's gonna tweak! Woo! Look at him tweak out with his little Beyblade, little fidget spinner. Was that the Blue Badger? That was the Blue Badger. Medley, come here. You're pretty. I was gonna be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge right now. I would have been in control of the whole team. This time was perfect. Fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe. We're here right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair! It's not fair! I mean, you lost, dog. You're the only one. Oh, and he switched back. The switch up on this man. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murder within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not sit and forget that. It's only the beginning. I know it's only the beginning. I'm so excited. He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane. Alright, again, we just have to get through the prologue. Everything else after this is going to be crisp. Immaculate. Let's see, I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. Or this was his idea. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Another W! Steam sits by and does nothing and just keeps getting these fat Ws. Xbox and PlayStation are really on a race to the bottom. I mean, I know Xbox may be making a few adjustments. We'll see if PlayStation can pull their head out of their ass long enough to not fail themselves. We'll see. We'll see. It's actually, they did something? Damn, they did something. Good for them. I can't think I played a part in the decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if it hadn't been... Oh goodness, that was too much. None of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime. It is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. It will not be made to pay for my action in one way or another, but I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. Oh, he's still gonna be here? More chances for more international incidents? Ooh. When I return home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhangfa. You will always be welcome. And then he just sags when he gets back on the plane. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was, of course, entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know. I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. Sure there are. I got some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solved assassination conundrum earns eternal gratitude of presidents. Now that's that's for a headline. Hey, that's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well it should be. The case is not over yet. It isn't? How come, sir? Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. Shit. The calling card? I think it's the calling card.
Take that!
The killer's calling card? Mr. Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. Team Controller launched Monday, it immediately sold out, and became a bad scalpers issue. They just announced they will release more of their reservation system! So if you release 100k more, but they sell out, you keep your place in line so you can still get one when they are available. And they added a 1 per Steam account purchase restriction to prevent... That is immediate, too. Oh my gosh. Pokemon could have solved this issue. Pokemon could have solved this issue with their Pokemon cards and their scalping so fast. And they basically have just let this thing ride for over a year now. This started February of last year, roughly. It would have been like 6 to 8 months since I had started collecting Pokemon cards personally. And when... what was it? Prismatic Evolutions dropped about February of last year. The entire Pokemon card community kind of imploded from scalper use and scalper abuse. And it's been, again, well over a year and a few months now, that we've been having to deal with these scalper issues and not being able to find cards, and the second you find cards, they're gone, kind of thing. It's been crazy. Heck, I even tried to buy some cards, and I got 2 of each type of card that they had, which was a couple tins, a couple boxes. I got 2 of each type. I went up to check out. I could only get 2 total. And you know, that's fine. I understand. I respect it. I'm glad they had some restrictions. But I went back 2 days later, they were already all gone. Just completely gone. So much for the restriction. Or no, it wasn't 2 days. It was barely a week. It was about a week, and they were, again, all gone. It was ridiculous. But yeah, Pokemon chooses not to fix it. And all the Pokemon vending machines, those are going away. Because grown adult people, grown adult men, for the most part, unfortunately, is what I've been seeing, have been getting into fights in front of these, and people have been like cheating the system because people can't just be normal. People can't just be normal about these things and let people enjoy something. It has to be destroyed and corrupted. But Steam immediately fixed that in 2 seconds. They're like, oh, this is a problem, fixed. We will do what it takes to get it into our customers' hands and not scalpers' hands. Come on, actually do the work. Nintendo, Game Freak, you're a huge company. You're a billions of dollar company, and you can't do that. Your desire to smack people, it grows, doesn't it? It boils up, and it runneth over, I assume. Let's see, as one would expect from the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. Right? And you know what's crazy is the emulators aren't even usually for games that are currently out. They're for games 20 years ago that they're not porting. Like, come on, Nintendo. Really focus on the actual problems in your community instead of worrying about emulation. Really worry about something else. I beg of you. I absolutely beg of you. Oh, bye, Medley. It's getting so actually crazy out here. And it's so frustrating, too, because I want to just be able to buy a couple cards. If I could have just bought a little pack, a little stack of the packs of the promo ones that I wanted for the trilogies, maybe I could have gotten a Charizard that wasn't $42. maybe, you know, in my wildest dreams, that's something that could have happened, but no, not now. It's super unfortunate and it's super ridiculous that this is what we've gotten into. I want to see the next thing really quick. Or is it just going to go straight into it? I just wanted to see. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Ooh, so here we are. So yeah, got through the prologue. Lovely. These backgrounds don't really tell us much. I like that this one's in a courtroom. And I really like that this one has to do with what appears to be a pirate ship. That seems amazing. Although I guess we have to get through 2, which I think 2 will also be pretty fun. Something about the outline looks really cool. I don't recognize any. This one's K. We know this one's K. I don't recognize anyone else. So it's all gonna be new people. Someone came for a specific cigarette. We were out of the point, so I pointed at the ones we have, and he's like, that's fine, I'll do the one on the right. And I reach for the one on the right, and he says, oh, on the right again. I was like, oh, this is the right. And he says, no, the other way, which is left. That he doesn't have an ID anyway. I bet it must have felt really good to kick him out because he doesn't have ID. So it's like, dog, I can't do it if you... No ID, no cigarettes. It's like, oh, well, I'm obviously old enough. No ID, no cigarettes. Sorry, can't help you. I mean, what is with people not bringing their IDs? Especially if they're going to buy alcohol or cigarettes. You know you need your IDs. It's not your first day on this planet unless maybe they are an alien and they're just not really good at their alien studies to realize they need an ID. Right, really, May? But I need to go. I have to get up early tomorrow. And my back hurts. The shots are doing well, I think. It's hurting in, like, oh, post-shot hurt. I'll have to give it some time to see if my back feels any better. But I do need to go lay down and rest my back. We'll see. Hopefully it'll feel better tomorrow. But thank you all so much for being here. I will see you next